welcome to another episode of Too Many Games, because there are too many damn games in the world. This time we played Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I am one of your hosts today. I am Faden Cross. And with me is...
I am also a host today. I am Uncle. And we have a super special guest. And our special guest today is...
I am the Speaker of the Dead.
Speaker of the Dead. And if you don't mind, I'll probably just call you Speaker for the episode. Do you want to tell us a little bit about why you are the Speaker of the Dead? What that means to you, Speaker?
I have grown up in a science fiction family for ages. The very first science fiction movie I ever watched growing up was the original Star Trek movie.
Ooh.
And from there, it devolved into watching everything Star Trek, then Star Wars, and then a good friend of mine actually introduced me to Warhammer through the video game Dawn of War 2 on Steam, and it was just a downhill effect ever since.
I love how you describe it that way. It's a descent into Warhammer. It definitely
it's a descent into madness.
Yeah, that's how it feels. Yeah.
It's like with any fandom, you have that. I hesitate to use the phrase gateway drug, but with
right.
Warhammer, like the first time you get someone their very first model kit and they're putting the guys together and they see the level of customization they can get or the detail that's in them, and then you show that there's a whole giant catalog more of these exact things, and my instance, a couple years later and about $4,000 into the hole, you realize that this is absolutely an addiction.
Oh, yeah. It is. I mean, there are so many rabbit holes with lore for Warhammer. It's easy to get lost in it. It's easy to become obsessed with it. What faction specifically does Speaker of the Dead come from, and why do you feel so close to that faction?
Well, I enjoy reading everything about the Space Wolves. I have a massive... I think the last time I counted how many points worth I have of it, I'm somewhere in the range of 11 to 12,000 points of Space Wolves.
I did not realize that. That is impressive.
Oh, yes. I have a vast collection.
For someone who's not initiated, what does points mean?
In the actual wargaming tabletop, each miniature has a points cost. It's so that way you can go to games and tournaments and stuff like that and face other people who also have massive collections of armies, but it's not like, we'll take Magic the Gathering. Say you're playing a game and you see a guy come in with a damn near 6-inch tall deck where yours is only like 3 or 4 inches tall. You're not going to sit there and be ran roughshod by someone who's vastly overprepared than you are. It's a way of balance for the game. Now, granted, that balance can still be destroyed with how you can build your armies, but it keeps a relative power scale.
So it's like a leader might be worth 100 points, and a small squad of guys might be worth 100 points, and then a vehicle might be worth a couple hundred points. It's how you have a relative level of fairness in your games. So like an average game, how many points does an average game usually add up to for like a little battle force of just like straight up Warhammer, not a kill team, a full game?
The most common now is Combat Patrol, which is usually 500, but the most common that I see are 1,000 to 2,000 points.
Right.
Mainly because that allows you to throw so much into it and allows you to make such a synergized force.
So 2,000 points is like a big normal size game of Warhammer, Faden, and the Speaker has 12,000 points worth of models for one army.
I can play on a level that only ever gets seen at official Warhammer tournaments called Apocalypse level.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have an
We're dealing with
entire
a real life Space
chapter.
Wolf. Yeah, basically, basically a whole chapter's worth of
A
models.
real Lehman Russ, if you might say.
Yes. Well,
I have that model, so
a follower
Now,
of Lehman
does
Russ,
he
if
come
nothing
with like
else.
an accounting book for his like hedge
Oh
fund
my God.
transfers? I'm sorry, I can't get over
So,
it.
yeah, Faden's into this idea that Lehman Russ sounds like a hedge fund. It sounds like a
Lehman
Wall
Russ
Street
bought me out and then
corporation.
stripped my company of all of its assets.
well, I mean, to be fair, just his resin model by himself is $150. So
He's a pricey
Yeah,
boy.
I'm too poor for this hobby.
Yeah.
yeah, no,
We'll stick to the
getting
books.
anything old Forge World resin takes time, effort, and true dedication. Because I still haven't even picked up his 2 wolf companions yet, and those will run me about $100
Oh my
last time
God.
I checked.
These are tiny little, like,
Ha-
couple of inch long models.
Oh, these guys! I was gonna say these guys are not tiny.
Well, they're like, what, 3 or 4 inches instead of 2 inches.
Yeah, they're sizable,
Yeah.
but
I'm just gonna stick to Gunpla. I'm gonna build my
There you go.
Quiblies. I'm gonna build my Hayakishikis.
remember when Uncle said we're gonna have a bad habit of going on tangents,
Yeah.
and I said chasing the white rabbit?
There are so many rabbits. There's a whole warren of rabbits for us to find.
Yeah.
It's a regular old Watership Down up in here.
Ah.
I
I now have an updated price for you. If I was to get in order to have both Russ and his Wolfkin, the total price buying them together is $294
I think
together.
Games Workshop should be tried in The Hague.
for
To
war
be
crimes.
fair, to be fair, a lot of the stuff that are resin, they don't mass produce them like they do with the plastic kits. The resin kits are made on demand. So they actually have to specially mix the resin that they put inside of the cast molds. And these are also molds that, like for example, the Lehman Russ mold. That mold could be 15, 20 years old, but they won't trade it out until they've gotten their money back from the mold itself. Like they did with the Horus model. Once they had to do with the Siege of Terra novels, and they had to do the Horus Ascendant model. By that point, Horus Lupercal had his mold cast had made its money back.
Now, is it him crying? It should be him crying.
No.
No, actually, it is far from it. His Horus
Damn.
Ascendant model is actually, I'll just post a link to the page that he is on. It is pretty. Now, keeping in mind, if you scroll down to see the height difference next to, down at the bottom, he is twice the size of the brand new Primaris Marines.
Big boy.
I've
and
never
his
felt
base
more out of
is-
my depth about Warhammer than right now.
Just you wait. We have so much more to talk about.
Ugh.
I just want to say this does
Let's-
not jive with my opinion of what Horus looks like because for some odd reason I imagine him as Lee Pace.
So that's not right at all. But
No.
we
That is far from right.
I think this is a good point for us to introduce ourselves in terms of our experience with Warhammer. I think we've gotten a little taste of what the speaker's background is, but we'll hear more in a moment. Faden, do you want to just give us the general gist for those who don't know what you do and don't know about Warhammer and how many Warhammer games you've played?
My best advice, to be quite frank, is go listen to the first episode of The Lost in the Dam. But the very quick spark notes is I am becoming more and more aware of Warhammer, and I know nothing.
Yeah, you are aware but know nothing. And this is, like, other than Battlefleet Gothic, have you played any other...
Battlefleet Gothic, Rogue Trader, Mechanicus. I've only played Warhammer games for our Game Club podcast, which you're listening to on this now. This is the Club Flashpoint feed.
So there are
check those episodes out.
Some similarities between this game and Mechanicus.
It
Soundtrack's very similar.
Not that I want
the
to-
grid system's somewhat similar.
Yeah, because it's not like I want to detract from the comparison. It's one of those where if you're just comparing it to just Mechanicus, as far in terms of Warhammer games, yes, the feel is the same. It's if you've ever played Pathfinder's Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous,
the
it's
other Owlcat
definitely
games.
Yes.
it feels like one of those
this is
real in-depth character development RPGs where you have your clear what your character's supposed to be like at the start of the game, and then by the time you end the game, it's like, where is the character that I started with? Because this is definitely not it.
Yeah,
Right.
your character undergoes a
actual
journey.
Genuine development. These are like great top-down CRPGs. In the classic format, looking down on your characters in the big wide open space. It plays a lot like a tabletop game, just translated into a digital format. And I will say, this is a ludicrously complicated, very crunchy game. But I think this one, Rogue Trader, I think this digital iteration of this game is, once you figure it out, once it clicks, it is a wonderful, very, very deep system with almost countless possible synergies to consider for character builds, for class builds, for party builds. Awesome game once you figure it out.
Unlike with Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous, this also has a good way of getting it to where if your party is lacking that one specific thing, you can also go to one of the NPCs to quote-unquote hire another player-created character.
You can make a whole
to
party
fill that role
of characters
Nothing
that are
but player
totally to your own
characters.
design. Yeah. So other than those games, Faden, and a couple Horus Heresy books, that's pretty much all your experience, right?
Yep, that's pretty much all my experience of Warhammer. For reading all of the Horus Heresy.
Yeah, we're on book 6 right now.
Jesus,
Descent of Angels. Yeah, we're almost halfway into this.
To preview, what a delightful book.
It is so different from the first 5 books. It is so different. It is much more of a classic adventure story, really.
But what about you, Uncle? What's your general short history? I mean, we've also iterated our histories before on Even Club Flashpoint.
I'll hit the spark notes for it. I've been an aesthetic Warhammer fan for years before I even knew really what it was. Got exposed to my first copies of White Dwarf magazine in 2010 and became obsessed with the lore, obsessed with the universe. Into 2012, 2013, I kind of went into these crazy deep dives with the wiki pages, both the unofficial one and the Lexicanum. And I just read, started reading the books, mostly listening to audiobooks, which I realized that over time that I'm not a great listener. So a lot of the details would kind of glance on and off my brain, and I'd have to reinforce them with extra readings here and there. But I'm a huge lore nerd, still learning more. For the games, I've played the Total War games for Warhammer Fantasy. I've played the first 2 Dawn of War games and all the expansions for them. I've played some of the newer Space Hulk. I didn't really like it very much. I played not a lot else other than Rogue Trader. I played some of the mobile games, but I don't think those are really worth talking about. But yeah, Rogue Trader I think is and Mechanicus obviously.
Well, and Total Warhammer.
And Total. Well, I said that first. And then Battlefleet.
But
Gothic.
I would really like to reiterate.
I've played a lot of Total War Warhammer. It's probably between 2 and 3. I've probably played more Total War Warhammer in hours than pretty much as much in hours as all my other games combined. Like I really, really play that a lot. Anyway, but that's my
I'm
experience.
sitting here even looking back, because I'm even looking back through all of mine, and aside from Dawn of War 2 Retribution, I think the one Warhammer game that I have spent the most time in, aside from Rogue Trader, is Total War Warhammer 3.
Oh yeah, it is an endless sandbox. Like you truly endless. Like especially when you consider mods, when you consider the different modifiers for your campaigns, that is an endless game. You can play that forever if you like. If you like that kind of tactical campaign game, then it is an endless game, and still more DLC to come. So
It's so funny though. As soon as they announced Total
recently-
Warhammer 40k, I just lost all interest of playing Total Warhammer 3.
oh, I
that
almost did too,
Yeah.
honestly.
That
Yeah.
is the downside to them announcing these kinds of things, simply because of it can take the fan base away from already what's there.
Yeah.
Because, as they showed in the trailer, there is a galaxy map system,
Yeah.
which
It's
I
good.
point out to people, yes, there's a galaxy map. However, you have to look at it in terms of how Total Warhammer 3 did. Each planet is technically a province
Yeah.
on the actual world map itself.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I don't think they'll add naval combat simply because
No.
they even said in Total
Oh,
Warhammer 3
absolutely
adding
not.
naval combat was so painful that they just took it out.
Yeah. It's
And in which case they'll end up doing like they used to do back in the other one. It's just a numbers game, and then the better number, the more quality numbers win.
yeah. Or you'll have a separate map for ship to ship engagements. Like that,
Which-
and you'll just have a ground battle in space. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because
that's
they
what I
tried
foresee.
that with, I want to say it was Total War Napoleon is where we actually got to see the first attempts at Total War ship combat,
Yeah.
and it was clunky.
Yeah. I heard it was a real shit show. I like the ship combat in this
I'm
game
not
though.
going
In
to
Rogue
comment.
Trader.
Yeah.
That
yes.
is this game is so cool. There are so many different elements to this game. Like there are different games within this game, really, because it's a tabletop, RPG combat system. It's a role-playing conversational system. It's an empire management system. It's a shipbuilding system. It is a relationship management system, and
It's a fleet command.
yeah, it's a fleet
game
command,
system.
yes, tactical combat game. So many different games in this, and you get the text adventures. There are also those missions that
Yep.
are just like books, and you like classic choose your own adventure choices with skill checks,
Yes.
which makes it extra special.
Oh yeah.
So many cool things, so many wonderful elements from other games I love, and they synergize just beautifully in this game.
That's the one thing I love about games like this, because in actual tabletop games, having played one of these, it's easy to make your character good at everything. But Rogue Trader, it makes you feel like making your character good at everything actually makes you horrible at everything. 'Cause
Yeah.
you're not going to be good at everything. You're going to pick like the 3 or 4 main things you're really good at, and you'll stay there.
Yeah,
No, I will say not the
specializations are
tabletop
key.
games I play.
Yeah, well, we played. Our tabletop group plays like anti-crunchy tabletop games, like role-playing forward games that have very few dice rolls. This is Rogue Trader is the rulesiest rules-based rules game I've ever played ever. I think this game would be extremely intimidating to people who don't have a lot of RPG experience. And frankly, even people who do, I think,
Yeah,
are
it
gonna
was
be
for me.
intimidated by this game. I know I was. Like, your first, 5-10 level ups, I would spend at least an hour. I'm not kidding. At least an hour reading through all my options and all the rules and how those rules interact with other rules. Because truly, it's almost every single ability in this game has some unique named rule to it, or token attached to it, or percentage you have to calculate, or there's so much math in this game, in the combat of this game. I thought I was gonna hate it when I first tried it, but then, like I mentioned, at some point it just clicks, and you see how all the different rules play out. How you see how morale plays out, or was it momentum? Yeah, momentum.
Yeah, momentum.
And you begin to understand the different phases of combat, because it is turn based, but you can skip turns and you can take extra turns. Man, once it clicks, you feel like this master tactician. And like you were saying, Speaker, like when you really specialize your characters, you go a lot further than trying to make a bunch of generalists Like having synergies between specialists feels, I don't know, you feel smart, you feel tactical.
Especially when you put into consideration the fact that this game having so many different ways to play it, because
Yeah.
it is essential at its core still a role-playing game, despite all the tactical
Right.
aspects of it, the different, even the mini games inside of it, quote unquote. At the end of the day, it is still a tactical RPG that at times you're not going to have a companion there to help you, so you have to heavily rely on the one or two things your character's really good at to get you through.
Which I think establishes them as like a real character with, you know, a real identity so much better than most other RPG protagonists, where you do become singularly all powerful and good at so many different things. Like in this game, like you can build a character who's really good at lots of skills, but it's kind of rare to find that level of character unless you went for that. Like you're gonna have specializations, which means you're gonna be bad at things, and I think that's something that a lot of games are missing in their RPGs, is that your character reaches a point where they're not bad at anything, and you don't really have much of an identity at this point. And I think you really see that in the sequences of this game, where you are left on your own. And like you mentioned, like you have to rely on those specializations, and that really gives your character more identity, which gives this game a hell of a lot more replay value. How many times have you beaten this game, Speaker? Because I think you've played it the most.
I got the Iconoclast ending, I got the Heretic ending. I haven't quite got the Dogmatic ending, that will be forthcoming, but I have... certain events have played out 1,000 different ways for me,
Yeah.
just by making one or two different decisions than before, and coming to find out a lot of those decisions were better than previous iterations.
Yeah.
That there's no clear... That's the one thing I love about this game. It doesn't give you a clear indicator. This is the good choice. This is the neutral choice. This is the bad choice. Like a lot of RPG games fall into that trap of.
Like Mass Effect. Like, you know exactly.
Oh my god.
Like, if it has red or blue text, you know exactly what the result is going to be when you choose it. The Paragon or the Renegade option, especially the pull the trigger options that show up in games 2 and 3. You know you're going to win. You know good things will happen for you if you choose that option. Guaranteed. You're just going to do it nicely or meanly. And in this game, like you're pointing out, like your decisions, you can make a decision with the best of intentions, and it seems like the smart move. And in real life, it might completely cause a fuck up you could have never predicted. And that, I love that. Like, the consequences are real.
Or they cause friction with your companions because they all have different alignments.
Very different alignments,
Exactly.
very specific alignments. And even when you think two characters should synergize because of their factions or whatever, you realize because of their specific identities and personalities, they come into conflict a lot more than you see other companions do in other RPGs. And I love that. Much more dynamic of a party.
Like with this, one of the thing I love is that if you have in your party, you have the wolf, you have the sister, and you have the Eldar Ranger. The banter that goes back and forth between those three is some of the most attentive to detail I have seen in a creative assembly game.
Well, and those three
Because
that you listed, they're all dogmatic.
Right. But as
very different
Uncle
flavors
said,
of dogmatic. Yeah.
Yep.
And they each... When I say that it was the most attentive to detail, you can see the clash between the different factions. Even though they're all dogmatic, they're all lawful good, they all have that tension between them.
Yeah.
Because with the wolf and the sister, during... there is a book out there called The Emperor's Gift, where it details the First War of Armageddon, where the World Eaters under Angron the Red attacked the planet, and the Space Wolves were there for months trying to defend it. They finally have no choice but to summon the Grey Knights. They wipe the planet out, and the Space Wolves are pissed because they are one of 3 chapters in the entirety of the Imperium who doesn't fight for the structure of the Imperium, they fight for the civilians.
Yeah.
Buildings can be rebuilt
in 40k. I think that there's because you're gonna hear that Faden, and then you'll read more of the 30k Space Wolf books, and you'll be like, what the fuck? Because
the 30k Space Wolves were
different. They go through some changes.
We'll get through it.
Yeah, we'll get through it. But yeah, 40k Space Wolves, they care about civilians, and that's part of what makes them cool.
It's one of the reasons why them, the Raven Guard, and the Salamanders all get along so well with each other.
They're good boys.
I'm glad there's a good boy squad.
Yeah. Well, relative. Everything's relative.
Yeah.
They're all
There's no
relative.
official, actual good guy in that whole setting.
Yeah.
There is no good guy in that setting.
Really. Unless you're the iconoclast. Maybe that would be a good segue for us into our builds. Like let's
talk about our characters.
What we went through.
Why don't we start with you, Uncle, seeing as how the fact you're the one who took us in that direction.
Yeah, I chose to play myself, as I usually do. So one thing I do like about this game is you can customize your character's look quite a bit, and you can customize their voice quite a bit, and while the body does have to match the traditional understanding of gender, the voice doesn't. And so I went with a masculine body and a feminine voice and portrait, which just felt really validating for me as somebody who's more or less non-binary. I don't know. It was fun. I chose what are all the elements of designing your character? Hang on, let me go back a step here. So you choose your background, like where you came from as this character. In the end, you find out no matter what, you are the heir to this rogue trader dynasty, which makes you like an explorer, merchant, king of a kingdom that you explore and claim for yourself, and you have a great deal of autonomy within the Imperium compared to basically everyone else. Like outside of like an Inquisitor, you have more personal freedom than just about any other human being in the Imperium. The character I chose had an iconoclast conviction, so I was trying to be like a traditional good guy. Like I was trying to create equity in the world, raise the standard of living for the average person, show compassion, save the day, and be kind and good in general. My home world, I was a Voidborn. So my idea for my character was that I was a Voidborn noble and an officer. So I was going for like hard leadership, all the way leadership, high charisma, and I also went into intelligence and high skills. So I would be able to do a lot of things and be really like personally capable, but specifically be extremely persuasive and inspiring to my teammates. I thought that'd be good to be a rogue trader, a leader of multiple worlds of millions of people. I'd go pure leadership character, pure charisma, which is often my go-to. I chose a noble because that kind of lent itself pretty well to that. But for my darkest hour, which is something you get to choose for your character, my shame is that I am a bastard. So I'm a bastard of the Von Valancius dynasty. And that's why I was Voidborn, is because I was like born of like the liaison between some like minor ship captain or something and Von Valancius noble. And because I'm a bastard, and because this is Warhammer, I decided to name my character Bastard. just make it super on the nose.
Right.
I actually made it Bastard Kane because that just sounded good. And so
that's the one thing that these games do the best, because I have yet to play a RPG, Fallout 4 not included because it's technically not an RPG, and I will fight that on that hill till my grave.
Yeah, it really isn't.
I just think it is, but a bad one.
Sure. Continue.
It is a loose RPG. It doesn't take into account whatever you name yourself, even if it is something that's already in the game that has an audio line to it. Like, you could for example, name yourself Theodora as well, so that way you could actually hear them saying your name.
Oh yeah,
They only ever call you Lord Captain.
it
or
works.
Rogue Trader.
It's serviceable.
So
And there's
it's
even
one of those where
there's even a joke in there
it's-
where one of your companions, you can tell Viserion, you could tell him like, dude, you could just call me my name. It's cool. And he's like, absolutely not. I would never do that.
he immediately claps back with it.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Because I remember that one. I believe it's right when you have to go deal with the disturbance in one of the
It's very
lower
early.
decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, Abelard,
And-
just call me my name.
Yeah, because he basically there's that initial moment of tension with how you do things compared to Theodora.
Yeah.
The wound of her dying is still there, so he's kind of like tense because now he has to deal with the sunsetting of one chapter of the dynasty versus the dawning of a new one. So he's kind of in that middle where he is not sure if it's going to.
And he was
like,
very
what will be
close
the
with
same?
with the previous Rogue Trader. He was very close. Some people thought they were
How
perhaps
close was he?
romantically engaged. Yeah.
Yeah, they 100% were.
And now you're some total
Yeah,
stranger
then-
who shows up to take the title. Yeah.
Because it's also one of those where you talk about how a century in the service of this person, and when you hear that, it's like, oh, that's 100 years. How is this person still alive? But everyone forgets that aside from people like the Adeptus Administratum, the High Lords of Terra, nobles, rogue traders have access to gene therapy, and they literally can give it to whoever they desire.
Yeah, they're rich enough.
So
They can live for hundreds of years, hundreds and hundreds of
Oh,
years.
very
Yeah.
much so.
So I went for an iconoclast, voidborn, noble who is an officer. That was my character class. Like most of my abilities were based on officer, basically. And then my greatest triumph was that I once stopped a conflict, like a war between two feudal worlds. So I'm extra persuasive, extra noble, but with a dark background. I'm disinherited, but then become the rogue trader of this multi-system kingdom, essentially. Like I said, I went officer, noble, and then later on, I went to when you get your advanced class. I think I chose Master Tactician. I think that's what it's called. I focused my class very, very heavily on, or maybe I chose Grand Strategist. No, I went with Master Tactician. I built my entire class and all my abilities around giving my companions huge buffs and extra turns. So my character did almost no damage in any given combat. I very rarely made many attack moves. I used almost all of my ability points almost every turn to buffing everyone else and giving them extra turns. And by the end of the game, I got really, really, really good at that. And just having my character have one turn, I'd end up giving so many other characters so many extra boosted extra turns that I would rarely, I think in the back half of the game, I would rarely have a combat engagement go longer than like one round. I would almost never have all of my companions make an attack in any given combat scenario. It would only take one or two, and then we would just absolutely massacre the entire room. The final boss fight, which I just redid this morning to kind of reorient myself with the game. It's been a few weeks. That final combat literally only took me 5 rounds, like 5 turns of my not even rounds, 5 turns of my companions. We did not get to my last party member. I did not have all of my party members complete a combat action because I didn't need it. We just absolutely destroyed the final boss. It was incredible.
Which given the party members that you can have access to and what you who you take and how you equip them is very easy. I've had some
yeah.
runs where, like you, it's only been 5 rounds of combat and it's already beaten, it's gone through its phase 2, and now you're sitting there determining whether or not to try to take control of it, bow down to it,
Right.
or destroy it, and yeah.
It's honestly don't get me wrong, like this game can be very hard. I think there were, especially early on, when I'm still figuring out the game, there are some combat encounters that were not easy for me. But once you get over that learning curve and things click and you start finding those synergies and which characters work better with others, because you can have a pretty big party. It became very fun and much easier. What builds did you guys go for?
I wanted to say
question, Faden? Yeah.
on that point, I think this is kind of the fundamental issue of just CRPGs in general, where in a tabletop you can have a GM design around what the players have taken and try to find complications and wrinkles in there. But for these games, they have to have these set encounters that should be able to be approached by all these classes. So I think the game kind of just gets easier in the back half naturally because of what it is.
Sure. That makes sense. I mean, like it would be hard to design challenges that are fair for all play styles.
Especially on normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those where you take into account that from the very first moments of the game, when you shoot at that one rogue servitor, all the way up to the final boss of the game, you have to keep in mind that those NPCs are designed on the same level up system that you are. So whatever level you are when you face them, that boss, and we'll use the Catan shard at the very end, it's set at being a max level encounter because by the time you reach there, it is almost impossible for you not to be max level.
Right. Especially
with
if
just
you're doing
the
side
sheer
quests.
amount of
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with just the sheer amount of content in here, I was max level before I even hit the final chapter.
Yeah.
Of course, granted, I have both of the
was
expansions,
too,
which expedited that process.
It really does.
Yeah.
Oh god.
A lot of extra experience,
And-
a lot of extra loot too. That some really wonderful equipment.
Boy, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
We will get into that.
Faden, what was your build and background?
Similar. I did a masculine physique with a very feminine voice, but with the tactical strategist kind of pretentious voice.
Nice. I went for grand and glorious or something like that.
I did the operative.
Yeah,
I always get them mixed up. The
You're a
operative
spy.
where you're doing a whole bunch of exploits.
The DB.
That's
debuffer.
always
I love
That's
debuffing.
always a good one to go with, just because the debuffs can be so detrimental
Oh yeah.
when you look at them in just the sheer scope. They can really, like, anytime you get a debuff on your character, it is detrimental because it always comes with like a 5, a 10, or a -20 modifier
And
onto it. So it's
20's
like
big in a
that
D100
hurts.
system. I don't think we've mentioned
Oh,
that yet.
yeah.
This game uses a D100 system, which is pretty obscure to most people these days.
And it's so good that the system is calculated automatically via the game.
Oh yes,
Because this would be hell.
game. Yeah, navigating the mechanics and the math of this game with just a rule book would be so fucking hard. The automatic calculations that are performed for you in the tooltip bars is so useful. It really helps you understand these ludicrously complicated abilities.
Oh yeah, because having played some of the original Warhammer tabletop games with the percentile system and everything,
Oof.
it's rough.
It's really rough.
because there's always that level of chance, and if you don't have high enough, because one thing that this game does not tell you is that with a percentile system, whatever your number is, you have to hit that number and under. It's not that number and over.
Right.
You have to hit that number and under.
Yeah, the game does not
Why
make
do
that
they
clear.
do
I'm
that?
learning this now.
Yeah,
It's
the
higher the number, the better the chance. Simply
Yeah.
because of the fact that everything, like, some people would think like, oh, higher the number, that means it'd be harder. No, higher the number, the better, because you go you meet and below.
Yes.
Because you fall inside of your range of skill. So say you have a guy who's great at ballistics and he's got an 80 in your ballistic skill. Basically, you have a 20% chance to miss at any point in time. And you have an 80% chance to hit. And more often than not, you can give yourself natural modifiers. Your weapons will have modifiers. Your gear will have modifiers that'll push you above and beyond. And you'll get traits from completing certain quests or hitting certain checkpoints in the games that'll give you modifiers. Planetary modifiers. There are the level of modification that this game gives your characters for just doing things. The reward for just going out there and doing things is so... I don't want to say it is RPG rewards at its finest and purest, but it encourages you to take the time to actually try to go through the painstaking process of hitting everything, which very few RPG games, at least from what I've played today, don't do that very well. All they do is at some points give you like an extra couple of lines in a dialogue for having gone and done this, but the level of reward is by far unmatched with Rogue Trader.
Yeah, it's just constant rewards all the time.
Especially when you consider how ludicrously complicated the game is. Because you definitely need those regular rewards doses when you're pausing for an hour to read through abilities. Like I just want to read through one of the active abilities you can use. Like just to give you guys a taste of how complicated it is to read and understand. Let's try. Okay, follow my lead. A basic Vanguard ability. Until the start of the next turn, the Vanguard gains plus 10 plus 2 times the Fellowship bonus percentage damage, and plus 10 plus 2 times Fellowship bonus percentage armor penetration against enemies in a 2-cell radius around the Vanguard. Additionally, when the ability is cast, all allies in a 2-cell radius around the Vanguard gain the following ability until the start of the Vanguard's next turn. The following ability is a 0 AP, 2 MP cost ability that grants the character the ability to move to any cell adjacent to the Vanguard without provoking an attack of opportunity. That is the description of one ability.
And all abilities have that long of a description.
All abilities have that long of a description,
yeah.
that thorough, that many numbers, that many calculations, and there are literally hundreds. Like it is so much. And when you level up, you're usually just picking one new ability. That's like the whole level up process is like boost which of these stats and what new ability do you want. It will narrow down your list. It'll give you categories. Like there are abilities specific to your class specific to your background, specific to your home world, stuff like that. And it'll give you a limited range given whichever level you're hitting. But ludicrously complicated abilities.
Oh yeah, because when you take a look at the different archetypes and everything, and you look at them, each archetype, you only get a available talent, which is what the skill you were talking about was called.
Yeah.
You get one every so many levels. But it's when you get to like certain ones have we'll follow like you said with the Vanguard. We're using that as an example. Once you hit, I want to say it's Vanguard probably like 8 or 9, which will probably be like closer to 20 something.
Yeah.
You have the instance of getting 2 different talents at the same time. Now granted, one of them is a available active talent and one of them is a common talent, kind of like in regular or storytelling. You got your combat feats, you got your skill feats, you got your general feats, and then there will be a level where you can take multiple feats as well because of just where it falls in the line. And yeah, it gives you a chance to add a little more flavor to each. But it's one of those where you don't necessarily see it. Like Grand Strategist, you don't get one of those till you're maxed out with Grand Strategist. Arch Militant doesn't get one of those at all. And my favorite, when I was playing the Overseer, it gets a lot, but again, it also doesn't get that double talent till near the end. But each class, I feel, affects the way how you do things, what skills you go for, and how you want to build to the utmost degree.
For sure.
Like,
It's you get a lot of customization with your character, and even if two people chose like the exact same like origin, the exact same archetype, the exact same home world, the same conviction, even like if all of those things are the same, all your class choices are the same, just in choosing the specific talents and abilities you want to focus on, you could have completely different characters who play very differently. It's pretty
like
wild.
an old-fashioned D&D when you have a whole party of clerics, but each cleric is a different flavor.
Yeah.
So
Lot
it
of
doesn't
options.
do the whole thing where it punishes you because, like, as it shows, there are 5 starting archetypes, and given the amount of companions you have, you're going to double up, if not sometimes triple up, on on a specific archetype. But it's how you flavor that. Like, we'll take the companion Cassia, who's also an officer, who her whole thing is debuffs, and she's best at debuffing and giving your companions extra movement, extra turns, and giving them buffs while debuffing enemies. However, you could build your character to be more along the lines of just straight, I'm going to give you buffs and extra moves, extra movement, extra abilities to shoot, like an actual line officer in the Astra Militarum, and they feel so drastically different.
Absolutely. What were the other specifics of the character build you went for, Faden? So you were the operative.
I became a bounty hunter.
Oh, I thought you were. For some reason, I thought you went with a different one. So bounty hunter.
I originally tried Grand Strategist.
Okay.
And I won't lie, I think that class is bad.
Great.
Oh, Grand Strategist. It is one of the... It's the only class that has an archetype requirement that doesn't feel right for what it does. Because most of the others, like Synergize, like Warrior, Soldier, Blade Dancer, can all basically have the exact same archetypes.
Yeah.
Or once you get to the advanced archetypes. And Grand Strategist, there's only 2 that actually access it, which is Officer and Operative. But for what it does, if you don't know how to handle command and control zones on tabletop, like effectively established auras.
Yeah, or if you
it's
have
the control zones I don't like. Because the way
you have
movement
like a highly,
works with this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you have a highly mobile squad, it makes the Grand Strategist abilities almost useless unless you know exactly where you're going to go. You know, like.
And at that point, it's like if you're using the Grand Strategist archetype, it's one of those where you're bringing that character when you have someone in your party that you know is going to be immobile.
Yeah.
A great example, Pascal.
Yeah.
I love that tech priest to death. He is amazing.
Yeah.
But the only characters that heavily benefit from him being a Grand Strategist are the Sister of Battle and the Eldar Ranger.
Right.
They're
just
not
gonna sit
very...
and shoot. Yeah.
Exactly. You can tell how they want you to build characters, because when you go through and you read the talents, some of them have more access to... We'll use the Sister, for example. She has more heavy weapons talents than your player character does.
Yes.
And that's just because of the keystone background of her being from the Sisters of Battle. She becomes a monster if you put a heavy weapon in her hand.
Yeah.
But with a heavy weapon, she's not moving much.
Yeah, the heavy bolter, she just becomes like a mobile weapons platform. Yeah, that's... I really
I
liked
had
using
Argenta
her.
run around a lot for me.
And it's funny because I turned her into an arch militant, which does usually do well as a mobile unit, but I didn't move her very much. I'd mostly just shoot and shoot again.
Yeah, making her an arch militant to give her all of the gun related at heavy weapons related feats you can, just makes her.
Yeah, I would give her a heavy bolter and a heavy flamer, or a regular flamer if I had a good one, and she would just switch between those.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I
Yeah.
never, in my playthrough with Argenta, she never actually got into melee combat because nothing survived long enough to get close to her.
Right.
Because one thing the game also does very poorly of telling you is that when you do the area fire for the heavy bolter, the closer
Yeah.
you are to the target, the more you have the chance to hit them. So
Yeah.
when something's
Accuracy
3
is pretty
cells away
realistic
from you,
in that way. Yeah, like the
Oh,
range
yeah.
range really matters.
oh yeah, it's like if you're using any kind of sniper weapon and the closer you are, the worse your shot's going to be.
Yeah.
There's a sweet spot for every weapon where it's just, this is where you die. You just happen to be standing in the wrong place at the right time. Type deal. And the weapons themselves just, when I first got
They feel
into it,
good.
I was worried that they were going to mute a lot of the weapons like they've done in so many other different Warhammer games. I was like, oh please, please. But then the cutscene when you're first introduced to Argenta and you hear that powerful, meaty, chest-rattling thump of a bolter, and you're like, oh my god, I'm home.
The people explode when they get hit by the bolts in the right way. Like, people get chopped in half in this game. This is like extremely brutal graphic violence, very grimdark. And I agree. I think the sound design especially really stands out. It's like the soundtrack is great. Most of the voice work's pretty good. But the weapons sound awesome. The las weapons have a great pew pew.
They have a good zap to them. They
The-
have a good the flamethrower. I mean, it's a flamethrower. It's the most easiest sound to get right.
But the bolters
It was
really
always-
pop.
It was always the bolt weapons
Yeah.
that felt like
Yeah.
they.
They're 75 caliber, high explosive, depleted uranium tipped super gun weapons. Yeah, like they're little rockets. They're supposed to make huge, messy holes and explosions, and they actually do that in this game. It's great.
Now, for my bounty hunter, what I want.
Oh, yeah,
with
sorry.
was-
Yeah,
was,
more about
was
your
like
character.
a long range sniping,
Okay,
but specifically Eldari weapons,
of course.
because
Well-
my rogue trader was very, very into aliens, all that Xeno stuff. They were all about.
You were a heretic, weren't you? That was your
I
conviction.
also did the heretical run.
Yeah.
And the most
Which,
important decision
even
I
with-
made was I romanced Marzarai? How do you pronounce his name?
Oh,
The
the
Drukhari.
Drukhari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I killed him. Hang on, let me
Sexy
pull it up.
elf. Daddy.
Yeah, because as I was telling Uncle here, that there are some companions that are just easy to
Marzai,
to
yep.
not even get in the game because it is so easy to walk right past them. Like my very first playthrough, I didn't realize till I went back later and found out that you actually can have a Space Marine
Yeah,
as part of your
Oh,
companion.
really?
And I'm like, what?
I
Yes.
almost missed him because you have to do a very specific conversation to actually get him to be part of your squad. I didn't get him to the very, very end of that act because I almost completely missed him. Yeah.
Oh
He
yeah,
stayed
no,
in
and
that
the
cage.
best part. Oh yeah, and the best part is he'll sit there and he'll just tell you to leave him alone.
Yeah.
It's you have to call his honor and his pride as a space marine into question
Yeah.
before he realizes, all right, you know what? You're pissing me off. You want to see what I can do? Fine, get me out of here and I'll show you.
Right.
And-
My assumption was there was going to be some big quest moment where he'd break out, and I was just waiting for that to happen, and then that never happened. So
That's
and I was
so
like, what?
funny.
Yeah.
My character was about pissing people off and annoying them, so they just naturally got him.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I was kind of a Well, I described my rogue trader as a huge bitch,
yeah.
but also very, very nice. A lot of times, I would be like, basically part iconoclast until I had to make a choice about what punishment should happen, and I'd be like, well, string them up, flay them live.
Well, yeah, obviously, if you're going the heretic route, you have to. That's the one thing with the playstyles, the different paths. Heretic, dogmatic, iconoclast. It's you're playing a character inside of playing a character, where you have how you talk to your companions versus the person that you turn into when you're in front of, like, say, your entire command crew or the nobles of Dragonis. And
You do have to wear a lot of different masks. Yeah.
Yeah.
you're you're playing a part
Different
inside
hats.
of playing a part, and
It's good.
Just-
Difficult balances
yeah.
sometimes because your personal relationships will come into conflict with your kingdom.
oh yeah, this is one of the few RPGs that actually where it feels like legitimately decisions you make absolutely have a ripple consequence all the way to the end of the game. And
For sure.
Yeah, my dogmatic people were really pissed at me. They kept constantly asking me to turn away from this, I don't know. I guess they wanted me to be a totally uncool person, and I wanted to be really cool. And also
So-
they weren't happy I was fucking my elf daddy.
I don't think anybody would be happy with any relationship you have with Marzai.
It's truly
No.
so funny. The things you should do for Marzai is either be completely dominant and you're the predator, or be a worm. And I chose the
Wow.
worm route.
Of course you did.
He was like sitting on my throne at one point. I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. I did a playthrough just to see, because they say there's several characters in this that you can romance. I'm like, I want to try. I want to see what all of them are like, and you're not wrong. I did one where I did a romance for him, and if you go through the route of being the predator, it's weird watching his personality flip when you do the whole, like, just good dog, sit commands with him, where it's like you're
Or branding him.
Yeah, it's like he gets mouthy, especially if you follow his companion quest and you basically talk over him and tell him, you need to stop talking, the big people are talking, and he backs down. It's just kind of weird to see.
You know, some
And
people
it's
they put up a front and they just want to be dominated.
He's a brat.
He's a
Total
brat.
oh he
Yeah.
that he falls heavily into that category.
Yes.
And
Yeah, I honestly wanted to be with him and I wanted to romance him, but then I did bring him on my ship, and then your very first warp jump, I kind of forgot how hard that is for Eldari, specifically Drukari.
right,
So he
yeah.
goes ahead and murders like over 100 people.
Hell yeah, he
And-
does.
By the time
And
by the
so
time you actually get to him,
yeah, and I rolled up and I'm just like, fuck this. We fucking killed him. I was like, no mercy. Fuck you.
Oh, I let him have a hunting ground. I was like, oh no, I totally understand. Here, you can kill these people.
yeah,
I probably should have done that, but I was like, this is my fucking boat.
I went on a killing spree with him too. It was a
Wow.
nice
oh yeah,
date.
no, and the way that the different paths and how you build your characters and how you can interact with the companions based on how you build is glorious.
How did you build
So-
your character?
Oh, I'm not going to lie. When the very first time I did it, I spent an hour reading each
Yep.
one of them, reading the different abilities, and then it got to the point where it's like, okay, now that I have a taste of what this game is, I'm going to start a legitimate playthrough. I created the quintessential Imperial Commissar.
Nice.
My character is from a fortress world. The origin was he is a commissar. He exposed corruption inside of the leadership of his Astra Militarum unit. And, from that, he was given a grim basic. He was sent on a suicide mission that still haunts him to this day type deal. And I went the route also of doing the officer because, again, I was building the quintessential rogue trader commissar. And, oh boy. Does it oh yeah.
Have we said what a rogue trader is?
It's like a space king, but good.
Not a,
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
that explanation just scratches the surface.
I wanted to say you're a king in space. I said space king, but I want nothing to do with that animation. But yeah, it's
yeah, no.
you
Let
are a
them
feudal
do their
lord.
thing.
You're a feudal lord in space, who controls multiple systems. So you are in charge of governors, and you are also in charge of exploring and establishing finding new planets, establishing new colonies, and creating new trade routes for the Imperium. You have a right of trade, right? Like that's what's called,
The warrant of trade.
Warrant of trade. Yeah, and it's this document
you're touching.
that guarantees you these extra rights, basically.
Yeah, and the funny thing is you're touching on it without actually addressing how like the origin of where it first came from. But
It's from the Emperor to some extent, right?
To some extent, the original rogue traders, during the golden age of technology and everything, humanity had expanded out into the stars, and then there was the age of strife and old night, where all of that vanished, and the Emperor had to spend years reuniting the people of an apocalyptic Earth together to rebuild it. And in that time, he loses contact with everything outside of Earth. Rogue traders were, once he created his Primarchs, they got stolen by the warp, and then he has to go out and find them. Rogue traders were essentially his... They're not exactly frontline scouts, they're more of what in 40k they would call explorators.
Yeah.
They were commissioned specifically by the Big Emperor himself and given a warrant of trade, basically making them one of the only people answerable directly to him that have irrefutable power aside from him, by his own word, to go out, find the tendrils of humanity that have been lost to the stars, and bring them back to the Imperium. They are the people who are responsible for slowly expanding the Imperium's borders by finding what is lost and bringing it back into the fold. And later, once the Emperor's interred on the Golden Throne and the High Lords of Terra take over, the warrants of trade are still passed out more so for recognition of doing some kind of deed that just ultimately cannot be given any other reward aside from this, or it is a punishment that they secretly give people to push them out to the far, far fringes of the Imperium's borders, so they never have to deal with them again, hoping that at some point in that adventure they will die.
And make them lots of money in the meantime.
The warrant of trade is big is because the Emperor of Mankind is big, right? And he has to have a big piece of paper to write on.
Well, the warrant of trade is the reason
the actual literal thing
reverence.
Is huge. Yeah, it's like the size of a wall.
That. There is that, but
it's like the contract at the very end of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh yeah.
But what if a 20-foot man was writing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point. The reason the warrants of trade have such reverence is the original warrants of trade were legitimately and literally handwritten by the Emperor for each rogue trader that he commissioned.
Yeah, that's why they're so huge.
So
because he was a big boy.
Because he was a big boy. And he had a big pen.
It's because there's a lot of writing on them, Faden. It's because it's a complicated contract, okay?
Whatever.
You don't do enough business. You don't understand.
I just wish it was like a one sentence, but written big. You can do what you want. Love, the Emperor.
It's basically a giant, document full of legalese saying you can do whatever you want so long as you further the goals of the Imperium type deal.
I definitely didn't do that.
It's big because it's Warhammer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just about any, in real life and anything with certain religions and everything, anything touched by the religious figure of that particular insert religion here, there is so much reverence placed on it that it's almost worshipped as an idol itself. So anyone who's connected to said idol also is worshipped to a degree. So it's
Yeah, your followers do like look at you like you're God, especially people from the lower decks of your ship. Yeah, for you, your heretic playthrough, you do basically.
Yeah. The demon sword legitimately tells you to become a god to your followers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Amazing.
and I did.
And even when you're playing like Iconoclast, like you become such a hero to the people, and you're cultivating this mystique as a complete game changer. You don't follow the strict rules of the Imperium, and yet you're not a heretic. And it just blows people's fucking mind that you're able to break the rules and somehow be better than the best in the Imperium.
Oh yeah, because even with the dogmatic characters, you're following the rules, but you can follow the rules to such a degree, because that's the one thing that Warhammer does terribly, is that all the rules that exist inside of that universe, some of them are so vague that there's so much room for interpretation.
And there's a lot of fun exploration of that in the story too.
Oh yeah.
I would say that's like
have
a cool thing, that the vagueness of what does it mean to actually be dogmatic in this universe. I think that can be so interesting sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's one of those where, like, I always explain to people when they're first getting into this game, you got the Iconoclast, who is the we'll use the Catholic Church as a prime example for this. You've got your heretics, which they say, they classify anyone who doesn't follow what we believe is considered a heretic. We're going to use old-fashioned medieval crusades for this, because nowadays they're kind of a lot more open-minded than they were almost 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then you have your iconoclasts, those who want to inspire change inside of the structure that it is. And then you've got your dogmatic people, the hardline zealots of, this is the way it's supposed to be, this is the way it will always be, and there will be no open interpretations of these rules.
That's a good breakdown, because the Iconoclast is breaking the rules all the time, but is ultimately
left and right
is ultimately like genuinely just trying to make things better. Like,
right,
you're not openly denouncing, mankind or the Imperium or the Emperor. You're just like, I don't know, man. I think we could do better than that.
The technocrats.
You're not openly breaking the rules, but you're following the rules in your whole you're following the spirit of the rule, not the letter of the rule.
You're bending them as far as they go. The
Iconoclast, in my opinion, is the epitome of the phrase malicious compliance.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You're going to follow the spirit of the order that you're supposed to do, even if you're not following the letter, which is what the people in charge want you to do to make you 100% a zealot of their order.
Yeah.
It's like, you have so many opportunities to just fall to one of these three. And just the way, even taking your own personality and putting your own personality in this game, you'll find you have such a mix. And it'll actually open your eyes to a lot of it, too.
You do have to make some pretty nuanced choices in this game.
Oh yeah, because
or you don't.
It is easy.
Or you can just do it. Yeah, or you can make it simple too if you want.
Yeah, you can also just be a straight up menace and just cause chaos wherever you go.
Yeah.
It's so fun sometimes. It's so ridiculous to be like, I'm evil.
Yeah. Because I think the heretic really does go pretty far. Like you're pretty much just full chaotic evil.
Oh, absolutely.
As the heretic, the choices you get for that are pretty wild. So like what aspects of this game gripped you guys the most? Like what levels or was there a specific like mini game or subsequence of this that really stood out to you guys? Or should we jump into companions next?
For me, the part that gripped me the most was, you're going to hear me use this phrase a lot just because of the fact that I cannot stop gushing on this. The level of attention to detail when it comes to Rogue Trader. Because remember, you have to keep this in mind. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And the game starts with your ship being freaking invaded by a chaos cult of all things. So it awakens you to that fact very early on. And just the sheer fact that these kinds of things can pop up anywhere, that these kinds of hardships pop up for anyone, even those at the very top of the spectrum. Those that live in the gilded high towers that never see the dirty streets below 1,000 miles up into the air, it can come for them as well. So it makes you feel less complacent that, oh, this is not a concern for me.
Yeah, this is a
And
really
just-
a really grim dark world on every level. I think they hit that all hope is lost and doom is everywhere and we're all just doing what we can to survive on some level. Like, I think they hit those notes pretty well.
Yeah,
Oh, they hit those notes perfectly.
Very bleak.
for me, the thing that stood out is this has the best parts of Fable 3 in it,
Yeah.
where I get to make
yes,
choices as a king. And
Yeah,
I need
it's-
more games where I get to make complex narrative choices as a king. Now, obviously, Fable 3 doesn't have complex narrative choices, whatever. But
Yeah.
this game does that
Fable
way
3
better.
is a satire, so we'll just call that what it is. It is a humorous satire.
And it is not as fun as this game. And I think this game is, I think that the kingdom management is on every level what I wish Fable had been. Fable 3. Yeah.
Well, and the best
Absolutely.
part about the kingdom management is every time you need to make a decision, your character is in their throne and it does a swivel.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Because it's
It-
all
And
about the
let's also-
aesthetics for these fuckers.
Yeah, and let's not forget the fact that in order to make the decisions for those planets, your ship legitimately has to be in orbit of that planet. You can't be over Dargonis and make a decision for Foulstone. You have to legitimately be over Foulstone before you can render judgment.
It's-
And
yeah.
that was a little detail I liked.
I think going off on the details really is something that stands out to me. Like, I think this is the most immersed in the Warhammer universe I've ever been in any given medium. Like, you can see the horror, you can hear the horror. Like, the relationships are all crazy, like in between people, just random people. Like, it is an obviously brutal feudal structure at every level of society, but you also I love the attention to, like, I love the interpretation of how warp travel works in this game, where you have to, it's almost always dangerous, and the navigator's insight that you use to make warp routes safer is a finite resource. Like, you cannot master every warp road.
It's
You have
the
to
fact that even
establish your own
making a
routes.
warp route. Oh yeah, and even making a warp route safe, there's still that chance you have a warp activity
Yeah,
in them. It's just it
There's-
heavily puts it in your favor to just have nothing go wrong.
right. And there's all these random events that spice up every given moment. There is that sense that something horrible can go horribly wrong at any given time. Act 3 in general is a great example of that.
My word.
I love Act 3. I think that's it's one of those classic, like, 2/3 of the way through the game and your character loses almost everything that they've gained so far and you have to start over in some kind of way. It's like that. In a very foreign setting, and you're all by yourself again. I
You're
love that.
marooned. This is the
love
pirate
that whole
story where you're
section.
marooned on an island and you have to find your way out.
You're marooned in a different dimension, inhabited entirely by
Sexy
the most
elf guys and ladies.
sadistic Cenobite elves. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's so good. So, like, I love that I feel like I'm in the Warhammer universe, and I believe these characters. They're all very specific and unique. I gotta say, I love the companions. I
Yep.
think these are some
Yes.
absolutely excellent,
Even if they're all a little
beautifully written companions.
even if they're all kind of monogamous freaks, I do love them.
Yeah, it is kind of
Yeah.
interesting that you can romance so many of them simultaneously, and that will be brought up, multiple times. Like, hey, you're with other people.
Oh yeah, they
won't
do.
make you make a decision until the very end, but they will make you make a choice. I think
Oh, yeah.
that is kind of weird to me, that like I feel like at least a couple of these characters would be okay with a multi-person relationship.
Yep. Not everyone, of course.
No, not all of them. I think
it is clear.
Yeah, like I do not think
I don't know
Jay
how
would
Cabela,
give a fuck about sharing you.
Jay,
I do
Cabela,
not think
Erdina.
I don't think Cabela would give a fuck. I don't know that Solomorn would probably care.
Solomorn gives a fuck. He's a cop.
He's a romantic. Yeah.
He's a cop. He's a romantic. He also is like, even though the Imperium law allows for polygamy, I'm not doing that.
Irlet, you can you can become close with, but she's like, I am physically repulsed by you, so no.
It's more her romance is better summed up as it's more of a platonic romance.
Yeah.
It's that
so she wouldn't care if you hooked up with
we're
somebody
together,
else.
but we
asexual but romantic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that we have to keep it in the dark and not talk about it while still occasionally stealing glances. But at the same time, it's the Prince and the Pauper type thing where you have this person who's in such a high level in the human hierarchy, and then meanwhile you have an Eldar over here who's considered technically, albeit respected, outcast of her people because of her chosen path.
But she also is, like, literally, even if she really, really likes you and thinks you're wonderful, she does say, I am physically repulsed by you. She's like, you're gross. Yeah. You're gross. You're a yucky alien, and I want to be your best friend, but yuck, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't touch me.
Yeah. Yeah, don't touch me.
Yeah, it's one of those... That's the one thing I will give the Warhammer writers the absolute biggest credit for, is they've done such a great job of translating elven pomposity into Warhammer so great, because...
These are definitely the most pompous elves. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because even in like fantasy and in Age of Sigmar, the elves have such a higher standing of themselves compared to others because they're such long-lived. Their empire did such great things, and they hardly had any real atrocities. They achieved a point where they literally could just sit at home and do nothing while stuff was getting done around them, and their society kept going. Meanwhile, you have human society that literally, in order for one small cog to turn, there's got to be 1,000 people that might have to die to make that cog turn one turn.
They definitely...
So they see the repulsiveness.
They always see themselves as superior in every way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Because the fact that it's just, not just from them being long-lived, it's that what my species has achieved and how little bloodshed we had to do it versus yours, who literally think brute forcing things is the best option.
Not even the best option, the only
option. Yeah, like, and it's evil to
at times
think otherwise.
It is clearly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because weakness is evil. So yeah, it's.
Oh yeah.
It's the hypocrisy is on full display when you have like actual utopians criticizing you.
Oh yeah, there's no faction inside of Warhammer 40,000 that can take the moral high ground of being
Nurgle,
the good guys who have no hypocrisy.
Nurgle.
I mean,
Nurgle seems cool.
Nurgle embraces the hypocrisy, and that's why Nurgle's cool. But Nurgle's also disgusting and horrible.
Right, but like, okay, so what? I get to feel love, but flies come out of me? Sure, that's fine with me.
You also will feel great love, despair, though.
Well,
like, that's
that's Saturday. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it, because you'll get to see later on. Like, keep that energy for now, Faden.
Yeah.
Once you get closer to the end and you get closer to the Siege of Terra novels, you'll start to realize that you were vastly mistaken.
Or I'm getting radicalized by
it.
chaos.
Yeah.
more
and more damned.
If that's the case, I'd be willing to bet you will probably end up changing gods by the end of it.
You know, that could also I could see that happening. I changed to a different chaos god.
We've barely spent any time with Tzeentch or Khorne, so you never know.
Those will happen in the, I want to say, within the next 5 or 6 books.
We're getting close. Thousand Suns is book 11, I think, so we're like 5 books away.
Tzeentch Khorne is my favorite thing to add to tacos.
Of course.
Oh God.
Are we ready to talk about companions?
Yeah, let's talk about some companions.
Yes.
Let's talk about the most boring one first. Abelard.
Abelard. Abalone, the fish man. No, Abelard is
the staunch seneschal who tries to keep your entire rogue trader dynasty running on his shoulders.
he is
Literally a man who's I'll just say the quiet part out loud. There was never a white man in history who was in more dire need of a blowjob than this man.
he's very boring. He's very stale. He's very stiff. He's also very overpowered. Abelard is like basically invincible if you level him up and choose abilities that make him tougher and harder to kill. He could just tank so much damage. It's absurd. But I will admit, because of that, I used him a lot more than my interest in him would have otherwise suggested I should use him, because I found him very stale.
He is the traditional copy-pasted traditionalist that you find in most RPGs.
He's
of
the Bioware guy.
Yes.
My mind is so closed off to the idea of change that you literally are going to have arguments with me just to get me to change my mind. And even then, you might not change my mind.
And honestly, for that reason, he's a good first companion, because he does just kind of represent the status quo of the Imperium in every way.
Oh, very much.
And he is entertaining to have around, in the respect that if you constantly break the rules, he gets flustered and freaks out, and it's kind of funny.
Oh god, yeah. His reactions are just... I can tell when they were writing the characters, the companions, they did spend a lot of time on him looking at how a seneschal for a rogue trader is supposed to act versus how seneschals work in actual real life. And they put such thought into his level of dogmatic piety that deviations... It's like seeing someone who has severe OCD. I almost said ODST. Someone with severe OCD, and you just go into their house and tilt one picture just an inch off.
Yeah.
It completely... They have to almost rearrange their entire house just to make that feel perfect again.
I like that you can make him announce your presence all the time. That part is sick.
That is the best part about having Abelard with you.
Oh, yeah, because...
Is Abelard, tell these people who they're dealing with. Yeah, he's great.
Oh, yeah, and the fact that they have practically voice-lined every single one of those is great to me.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he, of all the companions, he probably has the single most audio lines in the game, just because of how much he is, I don't want to say shoehorned, but as much as he is required for certain things. Because again, with him being your seneschal, he is effectively your right hand.
It is funny though, I hardly used him and hardly had him.
Yeah.
Because I kept going, you're a buzzkill. I'm done with you.
That he does have that effect, but for like a dogmatic person like mine, I always had him with me just because he was the
he's your backup boy.
He was basically... Well, that, and he was always great to send him out there as... In the tabletop, we have a phrase called the Distraction Carnifex, where Tyranid players have this one Carnifex that they will charge your lines with. And you'll basically spend the entirety of your turn trying to destroy that one particular monster, because they are hard to kill. Meanwhile, that person has maneuvered all of their forces into positions where, on the next turn, they steamroll you. When you build him right, like Uncle said, and to where he is just a brick wall that will not fall, everything and their grandfather will try to shoot him and kill him and will fail. Meanwhile, you've gotten your people into position, and on the next turn, you're wiping people out with a click of a button every single time.
He's very useful distraction.
Especially if you get his carouse skill very high up there, because he could become so resistant to injuries.
You can't be poisoned. He won't bleed out.
I just think it's embarrassing how his family is so weak in the royal Not in the royal, in the court.
Well, it's because they were only
it's-
recently elevated to power by the previous Von Valancius rogue trader, and they didn't have any royal blood in them beforehand, so they were a non-aristocratic family, a non-established family of commoners who were elevated
it's
recently.
Yeah, but they gotta do
a great
better
way
than that.
well, a great way to explain it is if you've ever watched the series Game of Thrones, Sir Bronn of the Blackwater is just an up jump sellsword. For Abelard and his family, they are seen by the Von Valancius nobility as up jumped ship captains who have no right trying to claw their way above their stations as ship captains.
And it's actually funny, if you help him out with this companion quest and you establish his dynasty as like the supreme subordinate dynasty within your kingdom, it in the after credits sequence you find out that he lives happily, dies in his bed surrounded by family, but his dynasty swiftly collapses into foppery and the same old trappings of all aristocrats, and they just become self-obsessed preening nobles like everybody else, because once they're dominant, they just enjoy the spoils of their dominance and all become weak babies.
Now, you say
Damn,
you
it's
are
like the
glossing over
system
the fact
changes
that
you.
his you are glossing over the fact that a lot of that foppery happens long after his
after he's gone.
It's his daughter, granddaughter. After his first generation grandkids effectively shuffle off the mortal coil, the family starts going down.
Yeah, after his direct influence is gone. Yeah, they become
because you've got him as your seneschal. You have his daughter as your chancellor on Dragonus.
Right.
And after she's gone, that's where the cracks in the armor start to show, because them two are such a unifying force for the family. Because again, he was a ship captain. He was the head of the bloodline, essentially.
Yeah.
Theodora makes him the seneschal, her right hand, and then it's like, okay, now I have to keep all of this running. Then his daughter comes into the picture and gets a position of power inside of the dynasty, and everyone sees her with contempt, but she still does her job to the best of her abilities as loyally as she can. And
once they're established, it's all fucked.
Oh yeah. There are too many. I feel they leaned a little too heavily into the whole power corrupts trope, even though for 40k that is a legitimate fear that not a single family or person can ignore. It just felt like they leaned too hard into it.
It's a pretty clear message. I would agree that power always corrupts, at least according to the logic of this game. It's very rarely used well. I think there are some positive outcomes in the Iconoclast ending that do seem genuinely positive. That could just things could keep getting better in some regards. But they do lean pretty heavily on that note. And I don't know. In my experience, that is usually the case.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Have we? I think we're ready to talk about Adira, the second.
I just want to say he killed
final
his
notes
family
on
for
Abelard.
me.
Oh, did he? That's amazing.
Yeah. He poisoned his entire
How
family.
did you?
No one can.
So how did you pull that off?
Heretical.
Well, I mean, I get heretical,
persuaded
but
him
it's
to
like
do
with
that,
how.
though.
Yeah, because with how staunch of a dogmatic character he is, that surprises me a little.
Wow, that's savage.
The madness seeped in.
I mean, yeah, because after
he
chapter
does
3,
lose his
you
mind.
start to.
In chapter 3.
I was gonna say, if you take him with you in chapter 3, you do start to see it because of his time in Komara. He does start to crack a little bit, so it's there. Yeah, but yeah, no. Moving on to probably, I want to say, most people's least favorite companion.
Definitely
just
my least
because
favorite.
of. Oh yeah, she is literally Occam's razor as far as a companion goes. For as much as she helps, she also hurts.
She pretty much exclusively fucked up in my playthrough, and so she'd fuck up and I'd not use her, and then she'd come up again and I'd be like, okay, let's go for it, and then she'd fuck up and then I'd be like, well, fuck you, dude. So after the first 2 times or 3 times, she just completely fucks up. I was like, I don't really have a use for you. I'll let you live on my boat, and that's as nice as I'm gonna be. And then her ending slide for me was like one short paragraph of 4 sentences, and I don't even remember what happened to her. It's literally like I think she like died somewhere sometime shortly after the events of the game.
From my experience, there are 3 different endings to her quest, regardless of how you do things, and I found that the easiest way to keep her from screwing up is dumping, like every level when you get the ability to upgrade attributes, is dumping everything into both willpower and her lore warp skill, just to keep her from screwing up that. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
But when you take it into consideration of this is an RPG, even in like we'll use D&D and Pathfinder, you have intelligence and lore wisdom skills that help you do things better. Like in D&D and Pathfinder, you have what they call a spell chance failure, where depending on the type of armor you're wearing, there's that percentage where you go to cast something and it's going to fizzle out and backfire. D&D has something called wild magic, where if you roll a critical failure, something random and wild happens. It can be benign, or you could accidentally summon a demon from hell.
Right.
With Idira, when I say she's Occam's razor, she helps as much as she hurts. If you build her to be more so a operative who handles out debuffs and weaknesses,
I built her very poorly, I think, because she was basically useless to me, and I almost never took her.
I always took her.
Yeah.
Wow.
When you look at the way that you should build her, she's an operative. Her whole thing is finding the chinks in the enemy's armor. So if you build her around making sure that every one of your characters that comes after her is doing the absolute most amount of damage, or has the most amount of percentage to actually succeed in what they're doing against the person, she's gold. If you lean more into the psychic side, that can be...
Yeah, I didn't really have any psychers, and I knew I wasn't going to have a psyker until... I guess you get Heinrichs pretty early, but so my thought was okay, I'll make her my aggro psychic attack person, and she's kind of horrible in that regard.
She is.
So she was just, and then by the time I recognized how I should be using her, it was kind of too late. I could have reset her or whatever, but I just didn't like her as a character either.
By the time
she was kind of annoying.
Oh yeah, no, that's the one downside to a lot of these, especially on the very first playthrough when you're going through and you're getting your first impression of people. You'll go through and you build them how you feel they need to be built, and that impression kind of heavily follows in subsequent playthroughs.
Yeah.
But it's after you've played 1 or 2 times and you start seeing how the classes are supposed to, how they're supposed to flow and synergize based on the type of character they are, whether they're a psyker or a noble or a commissar. Seeing how the different archetypes and classes interact with your background does help with understanding how you want to build them. With Idira, oh boy, I made her a chance maximizer. She rarely used psychic powers, but she was always throwing out things that improve chances for companions and decrease chances for enemies.
That's much wiser way to use her than I used her. How did you use her, Faden?
She had a psychic raven that was going around in the battlefield fucking shit up.
Yes, we haven't talked about that particular archetype.
Yeah.
I was going to address it when we actually got to Solomorn.
Yeah.
Yep.
That might be better saved for that point. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I made Cassia, Idira, Jay.
That's right. Because you really overloaded on that.
I made so many pet classes.
To be fair, the Overseer class is so... I don't want to say it's a universally good one, because there are instances where it's just terrible, especially if you don't know how to use your companion. Like, for instance, I told you, Uncle, with the Overseer thing, with the Psy Raven, you had told me that you had tried it and you weren't didn't quite get it. And I told you with the Psy Raven, you actually, in order for you to use its ping pong bounce ability,
Yeah.
is you have to target the Raven with the power you're trying to use.
I hadn't used the Raven yet. I wanted to use it. I just didn't really. I didn't know how to use Solomorn well, and so I was discouraged from using the other applications. Is what basically what happened, because like I didn't like Solomorn at all, really. And so I didn't really pay much attention to him. And I didn't really get. Also, what's the name of his dog? Glado. Yeah, Glado. At one point, Glado bugged out, and it was a very serious bug. I read about it online, and they never fixed it for me. There's supposed to be a patch where they fix it. It never got fixed for my playthrough. But Glado lost his weapons, and so he could not attack.
Yeah, no, that's
you cannot find new claws to attach to a cyber mastiff, and so he just could not attack and became useless.
Which is weird, because finding the equipment for the overseer companions is very easy.
There are upgrades everywhere, but there are no new weapons for the companions. Just the AI upgrades. I read about it online. It's a very specific bug, and
this game bugs out a lot.
This is a very buggy game. Yeah.
I one time warped on top of a thing somehow, and then I couldn't get down whatsoever because the warp thing can only activate during battle, but there was no way to get down from that.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no. Sometimes that can, or there are certain, like, back in the very launch of this game, there were some very bad visual bugs where people would tell you, like, there is a set of power armor you can get in the game for your rogue trader to wear. Everyone in the community was telling people, do not do it. It is so visually bugged that you will be sick by it. Because the power armor has a cape. The cape is literally straight out to your right, as if the wind was blowing 100 miles an hour. The visual was so bugged. Now, they fixed it to where they actually removed the cape from the power armor.
They just took it off?
At least on my recent... Yeah, they just took it off.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
I also had a glitch where my character would be to the right of the throne, so they'd be floating in midair.
Wow.
Also funny.
I just had a lot. I had frequent glitches where specific events that are supposed to trigger when you walk into an area just wouldn't trigger. That happened like 2 or 3 times to me, where I'd like a very specific event is supposed to happen, and the quest cannot move forward until it happens, and it just wouldn't trigger. And I would have to go back like hours worth of save time to a point where I could do it again.
Yeah,
I'm sure
the game-breaking bugs that the game does have, you look at them, a bit of flavor, because you got to remember, this is Owlcat's first foray into the world that is Warhammer 40,000. They are not new to role-playing games, but with the level of detail they need to go into game for this one.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, because having played both Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, Rogue Trader is longer than those two by miles.
Wow. It is a
huge
game.
I'm sure this problem is going to get a lot better when Owlcat Games starts removing developers from actually making this and putting in more AI tools. I'm sure the glitches will become way better.
Yeah, they recently made that announcement. Yeah,
I just really hope it, blows up soon so it takes less with it. Because the more it goes on, the more it's going to take with it.
We're getting our AI Age of Strife out of the way early so that the Emperor can show up faster and we can ruin things in a whole different way.
You know who would love the Emperor to show up faster?
Who?
Sister Argenta.
Yes, she would. And you know what? Another reason why so she was very useful. I did not use her as much as other companions because she's so zealotous. She cares so much about the Emperor, and my character just really didn't give that much of a fuck. And so she was always mad at me. And she liked how nice I was to civilians, but that was like the only way in which we bonded. I was not harsh enough, and I was not worshipful enough. And so my ending for Argenta was that she became a Sister Repentia, which is basically just a suicide soldier, and that
you
she
basically
dies,
got
she
her
dies,
bad ending.
Yeah, I got her bad ending. She becomes a Sister Repentia, basically a suicide soldier, and she dies in combat.
I killed her.
Yeah,
That's
that adds
also
up.
a bad ending technically, but
Yeah.
like her good ending is so, from what I've seen, is so difficult to actually get that there are actually very few, myself included, who've actually gotten her good ending.
Yeah, I tried to help her too. Like I did try to help her achieve her goals in her companion quest, but she failed. So yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's one of those where you have to. I found the best way to actually get her super best good ending is I took her with me to everything. Also helps that she was literally my living heavy weapons platform, so I had her for every occasion.
Yeah.
I literally had a gun for every occasion for her. I had the heavy bolter, I had the multi-melta, and I had the heavy flamer. I literally had a gun for any situation I could run across. And just doing what you feel she would do, or like the Sisters of Battle, or like again, I made a commissar. Doing what I thought is exactly what a commissar would do, played very heavily in helping towards that, because her ultimate best ending is that she gets permission from the Order of the Sisters that she is part of to actually form a minor order inside of the Coronis Expanse.
Nice. That's pretty cool. So she becomes like
actually
like a sister like leader.
Like a canoness, yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah.
That sounds bad for the Expanse personally to me.
Well, again, that falls into the dogmatic thing where we'll get into that as we go through the companions more and more and the different endings.
Yeah.
Because that's just the first 3. We still got 7.
Jeez.
We still got 7 main more companions and 2 DLC companions, and then we got the 3 secret companions to get through.
Yes, there are.
I like her design a lot. She looks
Argenta?
cool.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, the Sisters of Battle all look sick. I think they are lady soldiers done right as far as Warhammer is concerned. Like they look like soldiers, they look like nuns, like they hit the aesthetic and they're not over sexualized.
I will say it is leaving money on the table to not have big buff Space Marine ladies.
Well, there are big buff Custodes ladies now, so
yeah, but
right, but I bring up to the point that I've made with so many other people that when it comes to the models, the interchangeability with a lot of these models is so out there. Like, as a matter of fact, I've even done this with a squad of mine just to see how it would look. I created a squad of Marines, and I went and borrowed my friend Jim's, some of his sprues from his Age of Sigmar sets, which comes with both male and female heads, because in Age of Sigmar, the Stormcast Eternals are both male and female characters.
They're fantasy Space Marines, basically.
Okay.
They're Sigmarines.
So in the update to Warhammer Fantasy, the update to Warhammer Fantasy is Age of Sigmar, and Age of Sigmar is very gender diverse in terms of its character and leader types. At least gender diverse in terms of there are masculine and feminine figures, but it's roughly 50-50 these days for all the Warhammer Age of Sigmar stuff. It's more right. Sure. The dwarves, right? Yeah. And the
amazing.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. I think Argenta has just a great design. I think she's a good representative of her faction for sure. And I'm sure if I was doing a less iconoclastic character, I would have vibed with her more, but I did not. Cassia or Celio, the navigator companion.
I think she's kind of boring. I'm not going to lie. She was kind of my least favorite companion out of all these ones.
I thought she was really interesting at first.
Yep.
And then she didn't really change all that much, and so I eventually started using her less and less.
I just think
she's crazy powerful, though. The navigator abilities are
lady.
Unbelievably strong.
Yeah,
she's just a noble. Yeah, she's just a
noble
princess.
Lady.
She's just a princess.
A sequestered, closed-off princess, like a Rapunzel situation here, but
Murder Rapunzel.
I also thought her romance was boring too. I'm like, I'm dumping you because you're just not fun.
I thought the romance was gonna be like would change and stuff. Like she would change over the course of it. Like she'd be more open to being less formal or something. But she really just remains exactly the same throughout the entire relationship and pretty much throughout the whole game. At least the way I played it, she didn't change that much.
Well, it's like
she became less timid, but that was it.
It makes her seem like she's a child.
Well, she kind of is. She is kind of treated like a child her entire life, and she is referred to as the child in the entire mission where you're recruiting her. And so I think, it could be problematic depending on how old you think your rogue trader is,
Man,
my bet is I think Cassie is like 20 to 22 would be my bet.
Yeah.
She's a very young woman. But yeah, I don't know. I think she's very sweet. She, for the most part,
Yep.
I think there are some fun horror moments
Yep.
where like she's just describing like being an aristocrat.
And after a little bit of technical difficulty, wow, I can't even say it.
Nerd decided to infest the stream with some glitchlings.
Yes.
Yeah, we had the noon sphere.
The new
fizzle
sphere.
out.
Yeah. That's the.
Yeah, the new sphere did kind of. There was a little bit of a hiccup there.
We're back.
But we're back to Cassia,
To
the
talk
most boring
about
companion.
Cassia. I think maybe the most boring.
You're right. Henrik's is pretty tied with her.
Heinrichs and Cassia are.
Yeah. They're very simple one-note characters that their personalities do not change very much.
No, but a way to humanize them is look at them in the lenses of they are puppies. Because you got to remember,
I'm not calling
is...
Cassia a puppy girl. I refuse.
No. Hold on.
Yeah.
In my defense, this is why I say that. You think of it in her terms of innocence. She's basically her entire life from birth till when you find her has been on that space station in a complete gilded cage, being taught by people and not having interaction with too many people outside of those on the station. So her personality is like that of a puppy simply because of the fact that everything outside of that station that you take her to is shiny, it's new, it's something she's never dealt with before, it's a new experience. Yeah. So the excitement and dread of such things is there. Which also makes her,
very
by
childlike.
far, in my opinion, very childlike, and in my opinion, in this whole game, aside from the player character, the most human out of all the companions that you have.
Yeah, you know what? I'll agree with that.
I would choose Jay. I would choose Jay, or Jai.
Oh, Jay's probably the most human. You're right.
Yeah, Jay is.
But Cassia is a great example of an innocent person. She's probably the most innocent person, despite like the crazy shit she's done on accident. She's murdered lots and lots of people on accident.
I just every time she says this is a servant's job, I'm like, no, it's not. Shut up.
She doesn't know anything else, but it is very annoying.
Yeah, that part. It's easy for you to like give her character progression to pull that out of her.
Yeah.
Because again, keeping in mind her experience up to that point, she's literally had 2 people overseeing her entire life up to that point that literally, if there was something that would be considered a servant's job, they would just snap their fingers and immediately have a servant taking care of that instead of letting Cassia try. So...
Oh, for sure. I get why.
Yeah.
It was a very gilded, sheltered life is what I'm getting at with her, is why I, made my comment the way I did earlier.
Oh, for sure. I completely agree. She's so lucky she's a navigator is all I'll say.
I got kind of like her romance arc I thought would get more interesting, but she just remains this super staunch, very rigid, extremely like fantasy princess fairy tale love story, locked in with that like the whole way through. And eventually I did want to see how it all ended, but my rogue trader got bored with her and was just like, listen, are we banging or not? And she's like, heavens no. And I'm like, bye. But she's very powerful as in combat, I'll say that. Cassia is, if you invest like entirely in her navigator powers and like willpower, she becomes like this unstoppable killing machine with really strong buffs and debuffs.
Well, especially there's an item you can get later that basically says if you were to hurt a companion, you actually give them temporary wounds of psychic powers instead.
Oh yeah, she has the chance to be like Abelard is very powerful with his ability to tank stuff, but she does become the most broken of all of your characters as far as the damage dealing goes.
Especially if she has a Cyber Eagle.
Oh yeah, she can especially outpace you as the player character, who can get some seriously insane damage numbers if you build right. Hoy.
Yeah. She was fun to use. I used her on and off, but I was already an officer and I was doing that very, very well. But she's
those extra turns are fun.
Yeah, just constantly spamming extra turns is an absolute blast. But yeah, Cassia, not my favorite. At first I thought she was going to become really, really interesting, but she kind of just remains super innocent until the end. She does, in my ending, she took on a lot of responsibility. She like led her house and we purified the super stone or whatever. And so it became much more difficult for everyone to travel the warp, but the navigators of her house got better at it because of that.
Oh yeah, I more or less got the same ending. It's just mine had the variation of the her entire navigator house ended up signing a contract to exclusively work with the Von Valancius dynasty.
I think I did that too, yeah.
Which I think is easy to do if you find a way to make both sides of her house, the half that wants to destroy her and the other half that wants to, if you can make them both reconcile, they literally, it's like, okay, we work exclusively for you now.
Yeah. I'm fairly sure I did that too. How did it work out for you, Faden?
Oh, so, we destroyed the fucking Starway Atlas. And, well, everyone was pissed about it, and she had to crush a rebellion of navigators.
Damn. Brutal.
Yeah, and she eventually just passed on the title to a young heir.
Wow.
Said, I'm done with this. Here you go.
Fuck
this. Yeah, because at that point she had an entire civil war fought in her name. She's like, this is not what I wanted when I wanted to better the house. Yeah. I'm done with this. Fuck y'all. I retire.
She was probably pretty miserable with you, Faden.
Oh yeah. I have no doubt of that.
I do like how she navigates though with painting. I liked that. That's fascinating.
Cool.
And the way she describes people's auras, I really like that.
Through colors and everything, like through colors and taste, is like that is unique because throughout the entirety of 40k, each navigator and astropath interprets signs and stuff like that differently.
Yeah, they all do the same job very differently. Like how navigators navigate looks completely different, almost like from navigator to navigator, and that's really interesting to me. The fact that she does it by painting, oil painting, and blood is very interesting.
Okay, now I have to ask the important question.
Yeah,
do you think she's painting with shit?
Like in Fulgrim. No, I don't think Cassia would paint with shit because she's using the blood of her servants, and it's very like.
She also uses the blood of birds too.
Oh, that's right.
Like because when you do
She's
the
very
ritual,
bird coded.
Yeah.
yeah, well, because when you do the ritual for her to take over as the navigator for your ship, you get essentially for the ritual an entire harem of birds. Like I
That's
think there's
right.
a couple hundred birds that by the time she's done with it, they're dead. Same
Yeah.
with the servants that are inside the chamber with her.
Wild.
So, oh yeah,
Um.
but her abilities are by far, if you take her as more for the navigator powers than the officer,
Yeah.
she still works very well if you do not build her as an officer. If you build her for the navigator powers and neglect the officer side of things, except for when you have to,
Yeah.
she's still a powerhouse. And again, with the officer, and then when you, like me, having two officers and having two people who can do the whole give a person an extra turn
Yeah.
thing,
I did
because
that for
there's
a while.
because there's none of the stuff says that you can only target one person per turn with that.
Right.
So, like Argenta, her turn comes up, you have her rain down a hail of heavy bolter fire. Cassia comes up, gives the free turn, lets her do it again. Your turn comes up, you do it again.
Yeah. At one point,
It
I was
is-
using Cassia and Jai, and Pascal as a bounty hunter, so he was giving extra half turns every once in a while for a couple of different abilities, and my character being a character that gives people extra turns, and so 4 of my party members were giving people extra turns. It got really silly. But
it turns into some fast games.
yeah. Are we ready to talk about Pascal, who might be the best companion? One of the best companions, at least.
Pascal's
He
fun.
is by
I love a
Pascal
tech
is by far one of my favorites.
He's so funny.
Oh yes. And let's call out the main point. He is a snarky bastard.
Yeah, he's so snippy. He's very and it's so funny because he's still very dry and mechanical as a Mechanicus character, but he's got to be the most sarcastic Mechanicus person outside of Call.
especially
but Call is
completely
different from everyone else in the entire Warhammer setting. So
you'll run into Belisarius Call later in the Horus Heresy novels, and if you like Pascal, you'll love how Belisarius Call is right from the start. You'll love him the first time he's brought up.
Pascal they're very similar. Yeah.
Especially when you catch those moments where even if you're talking to upper ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus and they say something, Pascal will say something that's completely off the cuff, off color, and the character doesn't do it, but you physically kind of lean in and look at him like, excuse you?
The more you know about Warhammer,
jokes,
the more surprising of a character he is. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He questions orders, he claps back, he says snarky comments, he makes jokes, and it's like, I'm sorry, are you a member of the Mechanicus, or are you a guardsman? What the hell?
Yeah, he's awesome. He's unique. He has these special powers over tech that other people don't have. He has this bizarre, his backstory is really cool. I thought
God.
The story of him being a gestalt amalgamation of multiple high level tech magos is who shared a mind at one point, and it
was
cool.
originally because it was originally an archmagos who split his mind into multiple different facets of himself and then had them all interacting, because that was
absolutely fascinating story, great twists and turns. He can be very powerful. It took me a minute to figure out how to use him, but if you double down on his extra bonuses and abilities with plasma weapons, and then
or arc weapons too,
or arc weapons,
don't forget about that.
Right. I mostly focused on plasma, and I made him a bounty hunter so he would get extra attacks, and I was just absolutely annihilating people with plasma weapons with him.
Oh yeah, no, the plasma gun, and then you have the bounty hunters stuff for marking the targets, and then taking a free shot at said marked target. Oh yeah, no, you can
and then
easily
offering
wipe
your
stuff
companions extra half turns and stuff, or you get an extra turn if your companions take out one of your targets on their turn.
Well,
Oh,
it
yeah.
also depends on how much AP you spend
Right.
to do that move.
Yeah.
Right, but there's so many feats back there that give you back action points if
Mhm.
certain things don't happen that
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
And then plus he's an operative, so since I never wanted to use Adira, I could just always bring him.
Yep.
And he
And
has a
he
better
does the
skill
jo-
suit. Yeah, so like he
And
honestly,
he does the operative job that Adira has a lot better than Adira does.
I think so too.
It's so funny because I did not use him.
that yeah,
I used
Oh,
Adira.
you missed out
Yeah.
on some great content with him.
he's
and
he has more funny lines than any of the other characters except for maybe Ulfar.
Oh yeah. Well, Ulfar is Ulfar. We'll get to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
We'll get to him shortly, and then you guys get to hear me go off like the pastor in church.
I mean, do we want to say any more about Pascal or?
I'm good to move on to Heinrichs if you guys are.
Yes, because this is the elephant in the room that needs to be talked about because there's
Okay.
3 different playthroughs here.
Yeah.
There's 3 different ways to interact with this character, and there's 3 different outcomes to how your interactions with him play out.
So for
He was my
so-
mortal enemy.
yeah, I bet. Did you kill him?
Also, hypocrite in chief. God damn.
Is
Well,
Oh, yeah.
he's a member. Well, you have to keep in mind he is a member of the Inquisition, so of course he's going to be a hypocrite in chief.
Yeah, I hate all those bastards.
What do
I'm
you-
so pissed at the Inquisition.
What do you find most hypocritical about him?
The fact that they're always constantly like, no, look, the issue is that we're not the ones touching the heretical technologies first.
Yeah.
The little fuckers. Inquisition people in this universe. Oh, they make me so mad. I want to. Oh,
So he had
It-
mixed
it's
feelings
that-
about me because like I was often doing the right thing, and he is more of a radical inquisitor. Like he's willing to try more experimental.
Oh, he is absolutely.
Yeah, like
He is radically dogmatic and seeing
Well,
any other
he
facet
becomes
of
more
morality.
radical. He becomes
Oh,
more
yeah.
radical if you're an iconoclast, and so by the end, he and I were still good friends, despite the fact that I was not a dogmatist. So he was often disappointed in specific choices I made, but he overall approved of me, and like I think his ending for me was he basically was the Lord Inquisitor of the Coronis Expanse until he died in service. How did it go for you, Speaker?
Through my playthrough, with my interactions with him, I have to wait a little while on detailing everything
Sure.
because there's still 2 companions that we have not touched on that heavily influenced my interactions with him.
Okay.
So, because I went through the dogmatic route, like I said, there's 3 different ways that you interact with him.
Yeah.
But by the end of the game, he, like you, Uncle, he basically became the Lord Inquisitor in charge of the Coronis Expanse. He investigated heretics and Xenos alike. And as a matter of fact, he kept close ties with me throughout the whole thing. Because one thing that the dogmatic playthrough can do is when you first meet the Lord Inquisitor that Heinrich serves
Yeah, his boss.
his boss in chapter 4. If you are I forgot the actual, I think it's Votari, which is tier 3 in
Votary,
dogmatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're a Votari in the dogmatic thing, you can actually get access to a line where you talk to the Lord Inquisitor about doing something that's never done before, which is a rogue trader becoming an Inquisitor.
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, he even gives you, like, the whole thing plays out with the Inquisitor giving you a dagger that will, by the time you get done with your time as being watched and observed as an acolyte and stuff like that, gets melted down to be your inquisitorial rosary, so it actually
Wow.
means something.
wow.
And during that whole conversation, Heinrich just stares at you with the level of respect that, like, if you were to talk about Uncle with your class and everything, you know,
Yeah.
English and literature, you're going on a book, and then you have a guy from World War II in your class, and you're talking about a book that he was written, and he goes off to tell you, like, that's not how it went.
Yeah.
You don't question him, you don't contradict him. Like, well, this is what the book said. You go off of what that man saw and went through.
Primary sources.
With a level of respect of, this motherfucker knows exactly what he's doing, knows exactly what he's talking about, and knows exactly what he's doing.
That's more respect than he gave my character. He liked my character, but he did not necessarily look up to me.
I'm so glad I got to kill that bastard.
Oh yeah, like I said, each different path takes a different interaction with his with how his ending can be towards the character, how he views you, and how he interacts with you. Which, again, it's one of those instances where RPGs do things great. You have those companions that you hate, you got those companions that you love, and you got the ones that you tolerate and keep around because you need them.
Yeah.
Heinrichs, aside from Adira, if you're one of those people like me who never used her, or you don't play this class, he becomes your primary source of psychic bullshit that is so good.
He is unbelievably powerful if you build him right. I went heavily into strength and willpower, and I gave him like a bunch of abilities, like biomancy. I have invested pretty heavily in, and I also gave him pyromancy by the end, and he was doing just so much damage. He was just dishing out hit after hit after hit, and I made him an executioner so he could double down on the biomancy poison damage he was doing and the pyromancy fire damage he was doing. And executioner enhances those damage over time effects, and he was doing bleeding damage because he's so good with his swords, and so he would just buff himself up, get buffs from my other characters, and then what I often would do was, between buffs from my other characters and the buffs he was giving himself, he would single-handedly run across an entire battlefield and he would murder every single enemy all by himself, like 20, 30 enemies. He would just take the whole thing all by himself.
There's
powerful.
like using, if you combine biomancy abilities just right, he can, if you have enough action points, he can absolutely make someone like, we'll circle back to Abelard, who is tough but who's also very freaking strong and does a good amount of damage.
Yeah.
If you combo the right biomancy abilities with him, you can have Abelard run up to one of the word bearer marines that you fight in the game, hit him one time with a thunderhammer, and literally immediately whack off like 70% of his health in one hit.
Yeah. When he does biomancy to Ulfar becomes an absolute
Ulfar becomes
juggernaut.
Unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, he already is.
More unstoppable.
Yeah.
No, he basically becomes that scene from Team Fortress 2 Meet the Doctor, where the Doctor is basically buffing him into Uber mode, and he becomes fucking bulletproof.
Totally unstoppable.
Oh yeah.
Ready to talk about Jai? Or any final thoughts on Heinrichs?
I just think
Heinrichs
has his face. His face is the most punchable out of all of them.
Yeah, he does have that pompous, punchable face.
Yeah. Totally agree.
I wish I could kill him again. I wish he was brought back to life so I could shoot him another time.
Awesome.
You really do not like him.
I hate this motherfucker.
I mean, he's the Inquisitor and you're the heretic, so that's,
I mean, okay.
He was constantly questioning my shit. He was constantly up in my business. He was constantly giving me side eye. Fuck this guy.
Which, as an Inquisitor, is kind of what they do, but, point taken and point taken.
Fucking...
it's a shame you can't corrupt him. It's a shame you can't make,
oh my god, because that would
radicalize him to the point that he becomes, like, an evil, self-serving traitor. That would be sick.
I do think it's good that you can't.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because at that point, it gives you the ability to do the whole... they would have to address the fact that Inquisitors can and have fallen to chaos.
Yeah.
That they're not...
Just make him a demon host. Make him a demon host. That would have been cool. Like, get him possessed by a demon.
Oh, you know what? That would have been great. It'd be great if you could have had all your dogmatic companions get possessed by a demon.
Yeah.
So I have a general question. Did you all have to kill any companions at the end?
We'll get to that. We will get to that.
I killed one.
Okay, so no matter what route you chose, there will always be some companions you have to kill.
I don't,
or is that
not necessarily, because
I don't
my
know.
first. Yeah, no, there are some, because I've.
Marazai would be the hardest to keep, I think.
He's the hardest to keep, but he is also by far like the easiest one at the same time, simply because of the fact he is it's a 50-50, because even as dogmatic, you can make him a really good friend as a dogmatic character,
as long as you're super violent.
Oh yeah, especially like as a commissar, if you lean into the whole like executing someone for incompetence and everything, and having no problem seeing your crew members or people beneath you as cogs in the machine, and you're there to keep the machine running, then he shows a great deal of respect for that, because the Imperium will never admit it, but that is one of the things that them and the Drukhari have in common. Everyone beneath the person in charge is there to serve the will of the person in charge.
Yeah. Tools.
It always seems like the Drukhari and the Imperium have the most in common to me.
Oh, they absolutely do.
They're almost identical. I mean, it's the Drukhari are the fallen Eldari Empire essentially, and the Imperium is falling. So they're basically the same thing. They're pain machines.
Yeah, it's another reason why the Asuryani hate the Imperium, because they're seeing history repeating itself, and they're not liking what they're seeing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the who?
That's what when they did the 9th and 10th edition updates, they changed the how you view the Drukhari and the Eldar.
They're all one species technically. Yeah.
Yeah, because you say Eldar, there's both the Drukhari and the Eldar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You have the good and the bad, light and the dark, but they're still the same species. So they had to come up with a different faction name for.
And they also the real world explanation is Games Workshop wanted stuff that would be easier to copyright. So Eldar became Eldari, Dark Eldar became Drukhari, and together their species is known as the what is it?
The Children of Asuryani.
Yeah, the Children of Asuryani, and there is a combined faction called the Yenids something.
The followers of Yenid.
Yenid, yeah.
Which is basically their goddess of death.
Yeah, and there are also Harlequins, which you meet
which
some
are
in this
the
game.
we'll talk about we'll talk about
kill that fucker.
We'll talk about Nocturne and his devotion to the Laughing God. We'll talk about that later. Because he has some really good ending effect depending on how you fuck with things.
Jai. What did you guys think about Jai? She was very interesting. Very interesting.
She was
character.
the pirate companion that I had hoped that they would, especially when I realized that they said, about 60% of your shenanigans are going to happen either on your ship or because of your ship. I'm like, we have to have some kind of pirate-like character for this. We can't. And sure enough, here comes Jai, who basically is like the quintessential human 40k pirate. And I'm like, I love her.
She's like a mini rogue trader. Yeah.
She's a scammer.
She's a schemer. Not a scammer, a schemer.
No, she's a scammer.
Yeah, she's
scammed her way to the top.
She definitely, she's done some dirty deals, and that's kind of part of her charm, is that she is a scoundrel. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, especially when you get, I will give, she's a scammer and schemer both, because you can't be one without being the other.
For sure.
Yeah.
Which is why
she built her entire thing on air. Like, it's not like real. Like of course no noble builds anything real, but like she specifically took advantage of the fact that, well, what is nobility actually?
Yeah.
And it's just what people acknowledge is, if they acknowledge me noble, then I'm noble.
The myth of her own princesshood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's awesome.
Because
Even though
let's
she's
be
like
fair,
what, just a soldier?
Yeah, she
she was a corporal in the Astra Militarum.
a soldier who abandoned her post. She's a deserter.
Hell yeah.
Mainly because, and again, you get more info on that if you're romancing her,
Yeah.
because you find out that her entire military guard unit. I'm sorry, I can't call them Astra Militarum. They're Imperial Guard. I don't care what GW was able to copyright and whatnot. Her entire Imperial
George
Guard
Washington?
unit got wiped out.
Yeah, she's a lone survivor.
Yeah, her entire guard unit got wiped out. So it's like it was super easy to just disappear into the ether and recreate my person because, let's face it, in the Imperium, picked records for soldiers, especially Astra Militarum, is so few and far between that all she was on a piece of paper or a data slate was a name and a number.
Yeah,
There was no facial description of her. There was a physical description,
and
which
everyone
we all
who's
know
in the
can
guard
be
is
changed.
And everyone in the guard is expected to die anyway. So it's like, oh, she's gone. Of course she's gone. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, the life expectancy of a guardsman is 16 hours. Anyone who's been in service longer than 16 hours is considered a veteran. That's literally their determination of veterancy.
16 hours of
Oh,
combat.
hey, you survived. Hey, you survived 17 hours. Congratulations, you're now a veteran. Congratulations, Sergeant. It's like, oh hell,
Love it.
that's the worst battlefield promotions you can ever get.
Very grimdark.
Very
romanced her.
much.
I gave her a planet of her own and set her up with exclusive
Ship her
contracts.
own.
Yeah.
I did the same because
she wasn't
Jay was great.
She wasn't my final choice for a romantic partner, which I regret. Like, I think she is the ideal partner for my rogue trader. I will say in my head canon,
box casting your sexual intercourse.
yeah, it's awesome. In my head canon, my relationship that I chose failed. Well, it actually does fail in my end credits. It said it ultimately fails, and then I get back together with Jai. That's what happens in my head.
Oh yeah, because she, like, even for the dogmatic playthrough, she, if you progress and like, you might accidentally do some romantic or flirty answers to some of the other people, but if you ultimately pursue hers to the end, she is by far one of the best companions.
Oh, yeah.
And literally, from what I've seen, I would need to actually finish my campaign to see if, that's what it is, or if there's a specific chain of events you have to go through. I looked up that she literally, you and her, even as a dogmatic character, still become very close despite you being very dogmatic. She just takes the whole, she's the other half to your coin, where you do things openly, bombastic, you are hard-lined. She does the shit in the shadows that you cannot be seen doing.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, because if you take her companion quest, you give her the planet, the ship, and all that stuff, and get her the rights of trade, and yada yada yada, all the way to the end. She even gets to the point where she gets you one of those tiger cat things from the planet Janus as a pet from your ship.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I love that.
Oh yeah,
a tiger pet at your throne's foot.
Oh yeah, it's adorable.
It's so good.
Yeah,
it is cute.
Yeah,
because like it happens. The scene in which you find it is great because you're inside of your private bedchamber, and then all of a sudden, here comes the animal, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And she comes running in, telling it to sit, stay, giving it actual commands like it's domesticated, and it follows them, and you're like, "The fuck is going on?"
I as Faden alluded to earlier, I love the scene where you step out into the command center and everybody is like staring at you, like and giving you these weird looks, and you're like, "What?" And finally, one of your people is like, the broadcast system was on the whole time you two were fucking just now, and the whole ship heard everything."
Oh yeah, you have the and then you can the option of just
you'd be like, Well, you could say, how was my performance? Like, how'd I do?
Oh yeah,
and they have
you
to
can
be
do,
like,
how
oh,
was
it
your
was excellent, sir. Very good. You were,
Oh, yeah.
Most excellent way.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
You're good. I love
it's
it.
funny because you can ask them the performance. You can tell them to punish everyone who heard it, who's
Which is
speaking
everyone.
about it.
Yeah.
Basically, you end up punishing the entire ship because of your negligence.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole. You can give them the neutral command of, it is forbidden to ever speak of this ever again.
Yeah.
And literally, it gets forgotten. Like,
I
no one
was,
makes a comment about it. That's the one
I was
downside
proud.
to it is. Oh God, yeah. How could you not be?
I was like, fuck yeah.
As far as the romance companions, she is my favorite simply because of the fact that while, yeah, she lies about who she is, she lies about what she's done to an extent, lies about her background, she does do a lot of shit specifically for you.
Yeah, she shows her affection better than any of the other characters. And
Oh God, yes.
and she's like made herself who she is, which is absolutely remarkable. I think she's like the coolest companion, probably.
Yeah.
Except for maybe
sure.
Cabela, but that's just because I
But
have my
we'll
taste.
get to the DLC. We'll get to
Yeah.
the DLC characters at the end because it's so
Yes.
easy to get them early on.
They're very
that
grafted
they're-
on too. Like
They're outside of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So we'll continue with the ones that you
Early.
get in specific chapters. Yes. Speaking of Janice.
Yeah, the elf lady you get. She's okay.
She's okay.
I like
that
how-
she's a spy.
Yeah, I think as you pointed out, Speaker, I like how very imperious of an elf she is. Like she really plays up how fucking stupid humans are. And I enjoy that. I think her story is interesting. It's more nuanced than I thought it was going to be, with the
Especially seeing how the fact
What
that
she's
the
really
way
up
they
to.
design. Oh yeah, because the way they designed her story, they actually, as far as the tabletop goes, when they talk about, you taking your chosen path, they hadn't written into lore about the different don't want to say career paths, but life paths, because
Yeah.
each one is now in 10th edition going into 11th, the Eldari have specific path temples for their people, who basically are led by a exemplar prince of that particular thing. Like, you've heard of the warp spiders, you've heard of banshees. Each one of them is a different path temple. And she chose to heavily adhere to the path of the ranger, which makes her an outcast exile.
yeah.
They're not tightly woven into their craft world or wherever their group is hiding. They are essentially alone. They are out in the galaxy exploring, trying to find either other places, maiden worlds for them to colonize, or just trying to warn their people of places not to go. And they are very much alone in that.
And she's alone as fuck on your ship. She's
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
and that comes up a lot, is like she is so different from everyone else. And most people in the Imperium are raised to believe all aliens are just pure evil. So everyone pretty much openly just despises her.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's so pissed you bring her along.
Yeah,
Oh,
everyone's mad.
yeah.
Only
Oh,
because you're a
yeah.
rogue trader do you get to do that too. Like, no one else
Oh,
in
yeah.
the Imperium outside of the
Well-
Inquisition has that kind of authority.
Yeah, no. The rogue traders and the inquisitors are the only ones who can go with look at the rules, like for xenotech or for xenoheresy and actually using heretical weapons, and they can go, I'm using this for the greater good, so it is getting repurposed for my purposes, as long as they serve the Imperium.
Yeah.
Which
I killed her.
I'm not gonna lie, Faden. For the path for the dogmatic
Dogmatic.
path, I'm not gonna lie. I used her to get a massive boost on my path for dogmatic supremacy because, well,
Did you give her to Heinrichs?
that is one of the things I was going to talk about. There are 3
Yeah.
companions inside of this game that you can just immediately hand over to the Inquisition as soon as you get Heinrichs.
Yeah.
As soon as I got him, the first companion I sacrificed was Adira because
Yeah, I should have done
fuck that. I
should've done
don't need I don't need that psychopath potentially turning into a chaos spawn on my ship
Yeah.
That sounds like
because
fun.
Because I don't think we touched on her companion quest. There's a point in Adira's quest where you get a warp activity, an incident where she literally is seeing a vision of Theodora, which happens to be a herald of
yeah.
Tzeentch in disguise.
Yeah, and then she brings it onto the ship, and yeah, that's...
Oh, yeah.
That at that point, I was like, man, fuck you. Like, you can stay on my ship, but I'm not using you anymore. You're done. Like, fuck
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, you're just
So-
making the ship lively.
Yeah.
Well, her companion quest has 2 culminated endings if you don't sacrifice her to the Inquisition. You either find her little quest item that she's looking for that basically cuts off her soul from the warp, kind of neutering a lot of her psychic shenanigans, but it also makes her a very bland and soulless person.
Yeah.
Or you convince her to not do that, and she basically becomes a ticking time bomb that at some point in the future is going to blow up very spectacularly. I, as a dogmatic person, because she is an unsanctioned psyker, I'm like, hey, Heinrichs, let me introduce you to somebody. Hey, Adira, I need you to go with him. Heinrichs, take care of her.
Nice.
And, yeah, it is heavily hinted that he interrogates her heavily to get every last scrap of information before giving her the final good night.
That's rough.
Yes.
I just let her be a ticking time bomb. I was like, I don't want to deal with this.
Oh yeah, no, because it even mentions that at the end that she could have had a grand story, but because you gave her to Heinrichs and the Inquisition, they gained a lot of useful information, and then she just, they kill her, so nothing fanciful or special happens because of that.
Yeah. My ending for Earlet was that she and I were allies for a long time. She went her separate ways at the end of our adventure, basically, and became a member of the Path of the Warrior, and was pretty successful in that until one day she was tracked down by Pascal and he murders her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which I was totally fine with.
I'm good with that too, because in mine, just like Adira, I tried to see about if it was be good to just give her to Heinrichs or play her through to completion. When I saw how knife's edge her companion quest can be,
Yeah.
I was like, nah, I'm just not gonna have it. So hey, Heinrichs, I got another one for you.
For me, it was the moment when I was with Winterscale hunting the elves, and she was also with me. And we came up to the situation with the Harlequin, like, all right, I guess I'm going to kill all these elves. And she's like, what? I'm like, I'm going to kill them. Sorry. And that includes you. I got her spirit stone.
Oh.
And then I sacrificed it on the Chaos altar.
Slanesh. Nice. That's awesome.
Yep. That's
so
right. I forgot
her soul
that you
was
can...
tortured.
Her soul was consumed.
Yeah. To be tortured forever. That's hardcore.
Yeah, because on mine, I was sitting there trying to figure that out, and I found it was just better to try to just fucking give her to Heinrichs.
Yeah.
Because trying to keep a good standing with him, be dogmatic, and then do her stuff, which a lot of her companion quests give you great opportunities for iconoclast answers. So, if you're trying to become an iconoclast, she is by far one of the mainstay companions, despite her deep rebuffing personality, is by far a cornerstone for your party, because she gives you ample opportunity to build up that iconoclast reputation.
Yeah. For sure.
And plus, when you encounter certain Eldari elements in the game, having her along kind of smooths out the conversations.
And that there are some pretty major benefits to making peace with the Eldari.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's... Yeah, she's very convenient to have around, but I didn't care all that much when I found out she was murdered by a companion I liked a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we ready to move on to the chapter
Ulfar?
3? Yeah. Ulfar.
Yeah, let's.
The big boy, the space wolf
I killed him.
himself. Of course you did.
Of course you. Well,
Yeah.
hold on,
Look,
because hold
he
on.
was welcome to join, but he really didn't like the fact I was heretical.
Ulfar is so one of my favorite things about Rogue Trader is how I think it perfectly demonstrates the power difference between a space marine and a normal human. Because your normal humans are greatly empowered, and you have the best technology. Like, you are the best equipped, best trained people that are just regular humans for the most part in the Imperium. And then you meet a space marine, and he is this literally unstoppable. Like, he doesn't die in combat. He just goes down for a minute, and then he regens and gets back up. And he takes up twice as much space, or 4 times as much space on the battlefield. He can be used as cover, and he is an absolute killing machine. Very dangerous, very tanky.
He makes one of the
very helpful.
Oh, he makes one of the best roadblocks. Especially if you're trying to do certain things later on where you have stuff that keeps constantly spawning and it keeps coming from a specific direction. You basically just camp him right there, and he takes care of everything. It's fucking gorgeous.
As a what's that? The archetype.
Arch militant.
The arch militant, works so well. Just switching between melee and range weapons constantly, and getting extra attacks and
kicking.
He
so
also,
many kicks. Yes.
Oh god. Oh yeah.
Just brutal, deadly kicks.
But he also excels. Very well as an executioner.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Especially if you give him a flame weapon.
Well, because even then, executioner does have melee-oriented skills and feats. So, making him an executioner and keeping him melee-focused and everything just turns him into an unstoppable powerhouse as far as damage output. Next to Cassia and how you build her with her navigator powers, I would say Ulfar is by far the next companion who can dish out the most punishment in a round.
I almost all of the damage I did to the final boss I did with Ulfar. Between Ulfar and Heinrichs, actually, I think those are the only 2 characters I even used to target the final boss. And between the 2 of them, they did all the damage.
Because if you use because if you use Heinrichs as a biomancy on Ulfar, he just becomes that much more of a monster. Because especially if you think about it in the whole Iron Arm thing, how it doubles your strength and everything, it's Ulfar already has an insanely high freaking strength value, and then doubling that, and it's he's one-hitting a lot of things in melee.
Which is exactly the power scaling.
Even with just the chain
exactly
sword.
The power scaling we see in the books and in the stories. As far as the lore is concerned,
and even in animations,
as far as the lore is concerned, he moves, works, and acts exactly as a Space Marine should. I think it's the best depiction of a Space Marine in a video game, in my opinion, including the Space Marine games, because you're a single Space Marine taking on way too much in those games, which is fine for the game. It's what kind of games those are, the action beat 'em up.
Yeah, that's
whatever.
first person shooter.
It works fine for those games, but this, I don't know, this in the story he works the best, and he just feels in combat feels so powerful, and frankly, probably one of the most interesting characters, as a personality. He's so he's a poet, and he's a lone wolf who's cursed, and his curse is to never lose, or to always survive. And it's amazing. He goes, and how his story ends, it can be pretty diverse as far as I understand as well.
Oh yeah, because with Ulfar's companion quest, it is, and I'm going to dip into again my extensive near decade long diving in on Space Wolves, all their lore, including old lore that they got rid of because it didn't quite fit where they were going with the narratives and such. With Space Wolves, becoming a lone wolf like Ulfar ends up summing down to one very specific thing. With lone wolves, their whole purpose is to die nobly in combat. That is their
Right.
whole shtick. They are alive until they are to go hunting from fight to fight till they cannot fight no more and are killed during that fight. It is considered both a badge of honor and dishonor to be the only member of a wolf pack still alive, because at that point they see the God Emperor as, the Allfather, and he chose to take his Ulfar's entire pack, but didn't
Yeah.
take Ulfar. Ulfar got himself captured, which for Space Wolves is a very big no-no. However, exceptions to the rule, because he did get taken to Komara and basically was killing Dark Eldar inside of their arena, so acceptable because he was still technically
Yeah,
killing
he
Xenos.
is, facing his death against enemies of mankind. So,
which again, it's still those they don't like the fact that he let himself get captured, but he's still killing a motherfucker. So,
yeah,
it's the whole. We'll accept it, but we're not going to speak about this.
It's when you meet the other Space Wolves, it's funny how much they tease him. Like, they never stop giving him shit. For being a lone wolf, and
they give him shit for his pack. They give him shit about still being alive. They joke about, you should just give up on trying to find them and come join us, because again, with lone wolves, they can go one of two paths. They either do the whole ritualistic tattooing of their pack's names on their arm and remembering them every day until they finally die, or they gather up any remains of their pack they can, do a ritualistic burial, quote-unquote, and get accepted into the new pack, which takes his shoulder pad, strips it of all the colors, and stand around him as they watch him paint the new pack markings on his armor. It's very... when they wrote it, they did a great job at doing the attention to detail of noting Viking traditions with a lot of notes to runes and markings and what the meaning behind them is, because for Space Wolves, their pack markings are almost religious. It is almost the cornerstone of their entire identity of who they belong to. So for Ulfar, his pack, he wasn't going to just join a new pack until he knew what happened to his old one. Because for all that he knew at the time, being blind, that they could still be out there, and that would be considered a very big betrayal of brotherhood that the Space Wolves have in spades. You can't name another chapter who heavily would sacrifice anything and all just for one Space Marine like the Space Wolves would.
They're more into the warrior brotherhood aspect of being a Space Marine than any other faction.
They take brotherhood to such a degree that even the Grey Knights are freaking jealous of it.
How did Ulfar's story end for you guys? I guess you killed him pretty early, Faden.
I didn't get any of this stuff. Because he said, "I'm gonna kill you," and I killed him.
He at first, he keeps pretty far distant from the Iconoclast Rogue Trader for a while, but after a while, especially if you do his companion missions, you win him over. You become like an honorary member of his pack, basically, or you take him into your pack, something like that, and you become buddies. And he eventually does start to trust you more. It takes a while though. He's pretty distant for a good while.
Yeah.
And then for my ending, I really couldn't remember how it exactly ended, but I redid my ending today. He becomes an immortal lone wolf. Like he never dies. He continues becoming increasingly legendary, fighting harder and harder battles, and he goes on to inspire others for decades to come. That was the ending I got for him.
You got his other good ending.
One of his best endings, because he has
because he has the ending where you just kill him outright. He's got the bad ending for the secret companion, and then he's got two alternate good endings depending on how you do certain quests. For mine, on the dogmatic path, he became a dreadnought on mine.
Big walking coffin death machine.
Yeah, basically we followed his companion quests. I kept taking all the dogmatic instead of the iconoclast because even as a dogmatic, he keeps his distance because you're an unknown quantity. He's never heard of you, never interacted with you before, so he reserves judgment till he sees you. If you take him out while you do some of the very major points of the stories, or of the different missions and whatnot, he very much starts becoming either a very good friend of yours or a very good enemy of yours. And it was interesting seeing how, like with the dogmatic, seeing that whole how you literally put the Imperium well above your own shenanigans, and how you'll execute people for literally just, barely betraying the Emperor, as the Space Wolves was. Like, oh, you turned against him in this one instance out of disparity. Doesn't matter. You turned against the Allfather.
Yeah.
You die now. So he gains respect for you very quickly in both aspects of dogmatic and iconoclast because of the different aspects of how his personality
If you're an
is. Iconoclast focuses more... Yeah, the iconoclast focuses more on the people, whereas you is like the Imperium, so either way, he's going to like you. One just takes more time than the other.
Because he can become a dreadnought, falls in combat, and then is put in a dreadnought, which is like kind of a pretty tragic ending for him, I think. That would really suck.
In terms of becoming a dreadnought, it is, because one thing they don't talk about with dreadnoughts, because you've seen... All right, we're going to go ahead and bring up the fact that from Flight of the Eisenstein with the Death Guard, the dreadnought that went down to the planet.
Ancient Rylanor.
What they don't tell you...
Nope, that's the Emperor's Children.
God damn it.
And he'll come back later. He is important.
No, you do... I was going to say, you do get an instance of Rylanor on... inside of Flight of the Eisenstein when they are focusing on Saul Tarvitz for a little while. And then because originally Rylanor was supposed to go down to the planet and Saul was supposed to stay in orbit, but Saul, not caring about how things were going, talked to him and was like, I want to take your place because I feel... He felt out of place. So the ancient dreadnought of rights basically was like, all right, you can have my command. So he stayed in orbit. And you'll get further with Rylanor later. With dreadnoughts, because of the nature of what they are and how long they can live, they have to go extended. I'm talking about severely extended times where they are locked in stasis. Otherwise, they lose their mind.
Being a pilot of a dreadnought is constant, complete, and total agony, apparently. It just hurts so bad in every possible way. And also, it's really claustrophobic and isolating. You can't feel anything other than the pain, really, and the extreme mental exertion of using this giant device. And so they just put you in sleep stasis for all the moments when you're not in combat for the most part. And so you can last for thousands of years as a dreadnought, but every moment of your half-life that you have left is going to be agony. Totally disconnected from any physical sensation or pleasure. They do, yes.
I can actually answer this question. Yes, as a matter of fact, they do.
Good dreams?
Because the most...
Oh, fuck.
It's a mix. It's a mix. Let's not sugarcoat it, Uncle. It is a mix of good and bad dreams. There are 3 very well-known dreadnoughts in the entirety of 40k that if you were to say their name, everyone immediately understands exactly who you're talking about. One of them is the Ancient Rylanor. Yep. Everyone knows about this dreadnought that basically took a virus bomb and blew it up in his Primarch's face. You have people... you'll get to that later. That's a whole separate book in and of itself. That's great.
It's a very late addition to the series, but yeah.
Then there's the Anchorite, who originally was sadly who is actually the progenitor of the ecclesiarchy.
Well, I don't want to give away too much
Because-
because we're about to get to those books and there's some good reveals there. Let's save that one. Well, let's save
hold
that
on.
one.
Yeah,
let's say
'cause
he's important. Don't tell Faden who he's from, what faction he's from,
you.
because I think that's
Thank you.
that's a really important spoiler, and I don't want that to be spoiled for Faden yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know what? Okay, yeah, we'll convene on
Yeah.
that next time after you get to
Yeah,
that
we're only
point
a
in the
few
book
books away from that
or
one.
in the books
Yeah.
because you meet the anchorite in the Horus Heresy. I'll
Yeah.
tell you that much. But he doesn't become
No.
relevant again till
Yeah.
modern Indominus
And
era
the book,
Imperium.
Like, he's a really interesting character in the book he's in, but the book he's in is terrible. Yeah,
Oh god,
Apocalypse
yeah,
is
the
horrible.
book they could have done.
Anyway, yeah.
They admitted they could have
But
done
he is-
that book better.
he's-
They admitted they
he's
could
a
have done
good
that book
character,
better.
though. And then the other one is your favorite. Yeah.
None other, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, who is the oldest, and I do mean the oldest dreadnought
Yes.
in existence.
And we will get to meet him in Horus Heresy, but we won't necessarily know who he is when we first meet him. So that's a fun one
No,
too.
you will meet him in book
Yeah.
15. I kept telling Uncle here that by the time y'all get to book 15, you have to let me be part of that because there's so much there. Like, even if like I'm not just as a guest there, I want to at least sit in on the thing so that way I can point out it's like, you're really going to step on a landmine if you fuck this up. Because there are so many people who don't even play Space Wolves that love the Space Wolf lore just because of how wild it is as far in a wild setting that is
Other
40K.
than the Ultramarines, they probably
So-
stand out the most of all the Space Marine factions.
We are not discussing this with the poster boys.
But they're ultra.
They are literally the most bland
Yeah.
faction in
Now,
existence.
my question is, what did naming those three people have to do with them dreaming?
All of them as
dreadnoughts
dream, especially Bjorn the Fell-Handed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he can go hundreds upon hundreds of years between being awoken
Yeah.
to fight in combat, and he's only ever awoken if Fenris itself comes under threat, or the entirety of the Space Wolf chapter has to go do something.
Break
gets
glass in
really-
case
And-
of emergency.
Yeah, he gets bad dreams.
Very much so.
And
He,
prophetic dreams.
because him being the oldest dreadnought, he was there in the Horus Heresy. Like Uncle said, you will meet him in. You say you guys are on book 6. You will meet him in the next 9 books, and it will be a complete and total eye opener when you realize who's being talked about in the book, because the person who, for that book, it's being seen through the eyes of a human. So you won't realize who he's talking about until he gets corrected
no
at
more
the
spoilers.
end of the book.
Let's move on to our next
And-
our next companion, because we can talk about Ulfar forever. And I would say he's probably
Right.
probably my
But
favorite.
I will finish the point with the dreaming, how they some of
Yeah.
them can go mad with Bjorn the Fell-Handed. He fought in the Horus Heresies. He was there from the start. He was there from the very first moment of, well, not the first moment of betrayal, but the first moment of Horus setting up the dominoes to make certain loyalist legions fall. And he was there from the very beginning of it. And during his dreams, he has horrible nightmares of those wars. And especially since, like, anytime he's awoken, he brings up how he sees a lot of history repeating itself now. And with the need for stasis and why being a dreadnought is also a bad thing, Bjorn the Fell-Handed is a lauded character in the Space Wolves. There is not a single Space Wolf in existence that would not hear Bjorn the Fell-Handed give them a command. Even though a dreadnought cannot hold a command, there's not a single Space Wolf that wouldn't do what he tells them. The other aspect of it is if they don't get sleep, they become like something called Murder Fang, which is a dreadnought
I forgot about
whose
that guy.
interned space... Yeah. His interred space marine fell to the curse of the Wolfen, and he's literally just a machine berserker.
So that's
In order for them
that's
to...
something that might someday
Yeah,
happen to
he's-
Ulfar if you get that ending. Yeah.
Yeah, because in order for them to transport Murderfang, they literally have to use devices to disable all the machinery, keeping him still, and they have to actively mechanically remove his arms and legs so he can't move.
So, there is one other ending for Ulfar, I think. I didn't get this ending, but I know that there is a way to have him die in a final blaze of glory like he always wanted, defending something or somebody. I don't remember exactly, but I know he can die in a final blaze of glory as a possible good ending for him. I just don't know what you have to do to get that ending.
Yeah, I can't remember either, because I know there's, like I said, there's that, and I know for a fact that ending does not come from the secret companion.
But yeah, my ending was he went on to continue being an awesome badass. Marazai Izaresh is the companion you're probably least likely to keep, depending on your playthrough. He is the Dark Eldar. He is a sadist, and I think he was your favorite, Faden, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. So this is the thing I like about him.
I tried to keep him, and I ended up killing him.
Yeah, he's just like, there's no irredeemable aspects of him.
No redeemable
and he like
aspect.
seems. Yes,
irredeemable
no
means he's not redeemable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's so mean.
Yeah, he is really mean.
He's really mean, and in the way that Urlet wants to stay away from people, he kind of is in the middle of the ship and like gets off on the hate.
Oh yeah. The whole thing about being a Dark Eldar is you feed on pain and suffering and misery, and like literally your soul is sustained by the suffering of others, but also your own pain, I guess, because yeah, he loves the hate. He feeds on jealousy and anger and outrage and disgust.
He brought a snake person into the bedroom.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
yes.
a Slisk?
That's hardcore.
Oh.
And the Slisk just stayed there in the bedroom for the rest of the game.
That's amazing. A permanent cuck Slisk.
Because that species... Well, because that species is 100% dedicated to their Drukhari masters. They are a subservient species because the Slith are a warrior culture, and all the raids that the Dark Eldar do give them a chance to engage in battle, and then they're also a very sadistic culture.
They're like the Krogan if the Krogan were all like sadists, in addition to being highly aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, very much so. And so being servants to the Drukhari gives them a great excuse to just be who they are without issues.
He branded me.
Nice. That's hardcore.
It's really funny. You can like try to resist it and whatnot, and I just was like, no, I'll just let him brand me.
Wow. That's amazing.
He also just is like, so he's also snippy, but like very directly, aggressively snippy.
Yeah, he could be pretty funny. I kept him long enough to hear some pretty good jibes towards other characters.
Well, and he also just like, I love when every time an Imperium character says something, he's like, yeah, I never heard that before.
Right? Oh yeah, he is the master of backsass snark, and it just, there's such an underhandedness to it because the Drukhari can feed and keep the grip of Slaanesh at bay off of negative emotions, which is why they emphasize things like pain, misery, hatred. They emphasize those because those are as far as the emotional spectrum goes, those are the most powerful at keeping Slaanesh away. Then comes bloodshed. So
Yeah,
my
pretty
favorite
brutal.
bit, my companions kept begging, not my companions, my ship like masters, the like ship
Your
leaders
officers.
kept, my officers, that's the word, kept begging me to break off my relationship with him and stop going on murder sprees with him. It's really bad, and we're all really scared.
That's horrible.
And I said, no, it'll keep going on. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I took him on as a passenger, and then after his first murder spree, I killed him.
And then you have me, who immediately got him, and as soon as I got back from Komara, once more, Heinrichs! I immediately gave him to the Inquisition because, dear God, that boost at Dogmatic. Giving him to Heinrichs is by far the single most largest boost to your Dogmatic that you can get in the game.
He is super quote-unquote evil.
Speaking of Kamara, what did you guys do for the ending of Act 3 where you're leaving that place?
Oh, I unleashed chaos into it.
I did too, just because I was so fucking mad at the Drukhari for what they did to me and my crew that I was like, fuck you guys.
Amazing.
Opening a warp rift right in the middle of your shit. Fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah, I did the noble thing and didn't do that simply because that particular instance has one of two outcomes. You either do it or you don't. And being a dogmatic playthrough, that you don't follow dogma by opening warp rifts to hell and letting them consume your enemies, because that allows demons into the webway.
Right, which I don't use the webway.
Yeah, what's
so
wrong
fuck
with that?
them. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
Should we talk about Cabela?
Yes. My romantic partner.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, because she gets a lot of character progressions in Act 3 and 4.
She does change quite a bit over time, and she can change in lots of different ways.
Oh, yeah.
I loved how hardcore and goth she was. She's just this this murder cultist on board your ship who reads tarot cards to find out who they should murder in the name of the Emperor. Absolutely unhinged. It turns out they're pretty much always right, though. And also, she's really hot, and she's hardcore and scary. And at one point, she sews your eyes shut. And that has just reached a new level of intimate expectations for me in relationships that I don't know I'm ever going to be able to date another person again unless they agree to sew my eyes shut. Because that's so hot. Yeah, I
who would have thought that a character in a video game would make him into blindfolds?
I'm so into it. I'm so...
It rules.
Yeah, she sew my eyes shut and put me in a labyrinth, please. Like, yeah, she's awesome. She's scary. She has a crazy, like, page boy haircut that just for some reason really works for me.
It really works for her.
Yeah, she just looks so awesome, and I will do whatever she tells me. So I was just 100% down with the cult, and also tried to commit to her as a romance, and that in the final credits sequence does not work out. She's like, no, I'm too committed to the cult to also be with you, and I will serve you loyally until you die, but I cannot also be your romantic partner. I would fail in my duties if I did that. And so I lost the person I chose because I convinced her to follow her heart, and what her heart says is I need to murder in the name of my lord. So
I had her go on the path of distortion.
Oh yeah.
And when my name finally came up, she gave me the tarot deck.
Oh,
and
shit.
Rejected it.
Wow.
Yup.
Oh, so you didn't get to do the fun stuff with her. Because I did a heretic playthrough. You can make her a complete and total berserker for Khorne.
That's fucking sick.
True.
I can't believe you didn't do that, Faden.
I don't know how that didn't happen.
Well, yeah, well...
You have to say things like when she commits blood, like yes, or when like at the very first scene when you meet her, you can say we should kill for the sake of killing or something like that.
Yeah, you have to encourage, because the thing is with her cult, death cults walk a very fine knife edge of being cultists of Khorne or the divine executioners of the Emperor, and there are people out there who believe that the death cults, there is no difference, that to do what they do, they have to be worshippers of Khorne. And that's not necessarily the case. With her, you can easily, over time and very carefully, convince her that her want to spill blood, her need to kill in the name of the Emperor, is a gift. And you can take and over time corrupt that to where eventually She will kill for the sake of killing and the joy she gets from ending a life. Thus starts her descent into being a core knight. Because, dear God, once she accepts that she is a complete and total murder machine, you think she's powerful as a companion now. Wait till she gets that core knight buff.
Because she is a powerful companion. She is incredible in battle.
Oh yeah,
blood spinners are crazy. They can jump all around. Like another character you can easily buff into the point where she just runs across the entire map in one turn and murders everybody.
And the funny part is ever since they put that DLC out there and they put that archetype out there, you can also make yourself that.
Right.
Like, I did that for my Heretic playthrough, just for shits and giggles to see how it worked. I ended up having 2 chain axes, turned myself into a blender, and yeah.
Nice.
I claimed so many skulls for the skull throw doing that. Just because you don't expect someone to chop a guy in half, then immediately flip over to another dude, land, do that to him, and because of the fact that you killed him with an action, you get to do it again.
The chain reaction is very satisfying with a blood spinner. Or a blade spinner.
And not to mention the blade spinner. Yeah, blade dancer. And the fact that there's also an ability that the blade dancers have that after you're done, you can click it and they will bounce back in reverse back to where they originally started.
All the same attack moves.
So you can get them in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But it's depending on how many guys are around where you originally landed, it's random who gets attacked. But when I say you become a weed whacker, some of the most ad-heavy fights can easily be turned into nothing because of her. She's also one of your companions, aside from Abelard, who can take on a Space Marine toe-to-toe as far as damage output.
She gets a lot of attacks.
Oh, yes.
And she can do a hell of a lot of damage, whether you make her an Executioner or a... what's the other one?
Assassin?
Assassin. Yeah, I made her an assassin. It just felt right.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to. It's almost I don't want to say the word obligatory, but...
I forgot to mention this for Mazurai. Mazurai? Is that how you say it? Man, I'm so bad with these names. These names are a lot. Marazai. He was doing moves for me where he was dealing like 400 damage to an enemy every hit.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Because the way his class can be built, the more damage he takes, the more damage he can dish out. So the more wounded he can become is the more beastly he can become.
It's wild that these assassin-like
it is...
characters can get so strong.
Oh yeah. The game definitely heavily rewards finding unique and interesting ways to just break it.
Should we talk about the last guy, Solomorn?
Yeah.
All right, it's Solomorn time.
Yeah. Solomorn time.
He who wishes he could be the best of boys.
He really
not
does.
With me.
He really wants to follow the rules. Yeah, he is the coppest cop. And he's also like, I think they spent more time writing the romance for Solomorn than a lot of the other companion romanceable characters.
It also felt like they tried too hard to write him to be in a character that you actually want to care about.
Okay. Solomorn Defender stepping into the room. He is one of my favorite companions.
That blows my mind.
Do not get me wrong. He is actually a very good companion, mechanically speaking, and for what
narratively
can do.
Yeah, he doesn't do it for me. I thought Solomorn was so annoying. I didn't like his voice actor. I didn't like his dialogue. I didn't like his way of speaking. I thought he was he's a cop, first of all, so I wasn't gonna like him probably no matter what. But
I thought that too.
I just like, okay, he has a dog, and that's the best part about him is he has a dog that he pretends is just a tool, but you can tell he really cares about. That's the angle I really like about him. But I basically never used him, and as I think I mentioned earlier, I can't remember if I mentioned this while we were recording or not, but when I was using Solomorn, after like the first or second mission I used him in, Glado, his attack dog, glitched out and lost his weapons, which you cannot buy new ones or find new ones, and so he just could not attack, which completely makes Solomorn utterly useless. And so I thought he was annoying, and then he became a glitched out, useless character that I could not debug. So that was my experience with Solomorn. I still romanced him, still wanted to fuck him, just because that's the kind of road trader I have.
He is such a romantic, and that's the thing I really love about him. He truly believes in it, and he's put in this awful position where his boss said, "Hey, I need you to be a honeypot."
Yeah,
I know that. Yeah. That's the weird part. It feels like in the world of 40k, he's one of the very few that falls under the hopeless romantic category, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about that. On the one hand, like you said, Faden, it's great.
Beautiful.
But on the other hand, I have to go with Uncle, and it's like,
He didn't come with me to Act 3, and he got so fucking sad that he's just running a prison planet.
Yeah.
And everyone's trying to kill him all the time because he's so sad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can see.
He's also miserable to work with. Everyone hates working with him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, everyone hates him. Yeah.
I mean, that's the trope of being a cop in 40k. I can say from my own standpoint, where I brought him with me to Chapter 3, he gets broken. And not in the sense of he becomes overpowered. I'm talking about, like, you have to play, for him, you have to be a fucking therapist for most of Chapter 3. And a little bit of Chapter 4, too.
That's all characters, though, in Chapter 3 in a way, though.
Yeah, but it's heavy with him.
Like, I want to see that now. I want to see him break.
Me too.
I want to see him break.
I want to fix him.
He gets to a point where he's questioning the Lex Imperialis.
Ooh,
so and for an Arbite to question the Lex is very unheard of.
Yeah.
Now, my favorite thing is he's now going to instill a new Lex Imperialis, or whatever the hell the law is called. New law. Yeah. He's going to do a new law in the Expanse. It's going to be one written by Fire and Blood.
Nice.
We're going executioner mode.
He in mine he ended up as I think he's like the head of the Lex in the Coronis Expanse, I think, or something along those lines. And then he gets killed. Somebody shot him. That was damn.
He becomes the marshal, and while he is attempting to prosecute the Lex Imperialis, he actually does get killed. I can't remember if it was by a cultist or a hive ganger.
Somebody gets him.
Kind of like dies like a cop in a pulp story, like by a random dude, not even someone important.
Yeah, basically an unnamed character at least. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
he's kind of the Harry Dubois.
Because from the way I read it, it's like he went out Judge Dredd style.
Yeah, it definitely reads like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, we all know that that's actually the inspiration for the frickin' Adeptus Arbites is Judge Dredd.
Yeah,
you can't argue anything else. Just because they designed how they work, and
there were some old comics that just straight up had Judge Dredd as an Arbite in in 40k. They were
crossed. Is it Arbite or Arbites?
You hear both.
Okay,
I think it should be Arbite for if we're doing Latin, but you'll hear Arbites all the time in officially voiced stuff. Like the same thing with the Custodes. You'll hear Custodes and Custodes. You'll hear all kinds of disagreement with pronunciations for any of the Latin stuff in 40k.
Oh yeah,
makes sense.
And there's good arguments behind that because, like, I mean, it is
Latin.
40,000 years in the future too. You know, so like. Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it's that whole old long debate of American English versus British English and how
That
they
too.
pronounce things versus how we pronounce things. It
Yeah.
gets to a point where it's just tiring. So you
Yeah.
just kind of like,
You
okay,
just say
British
which
people
one
are
you
going to be
like.
British.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. At
Hell
the end of
yeah.
the day, everyone knows who you're talking about, whether you say Arbites or
Yeah.
Arbites. Everyone knows who you're talking about.
Yeah. Those little nuggets you get at Arby's. Arbites.
Ugh.
Yeah,
I
let's
love
move on. That was
every
bad.
time
Let's move on.
every time I had an interaction with Glado, it went perfectly
The dog.
Oh, yeah,
for me.
Glade-
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That,
I was
the
charming. He liked
dog.
me.
Yeah, the dog. That if we want to pick out anything, any one particular thing out of that expansion that was perfect, it is the companions because each one of them. I never played with the servo skill, but I've tried out each of the other servo companions. Each one does a very specific niche, and each one of them is fucking beautiful for what they do.
The servo's very good at keeping people alive. Jai has that for me.
I
Okay,
think
yeah,
I'm.
because for her I gave the Cyber Eagle, and then I started testing it out. That Cyber Eagle, oh boy, if you're playing a Blade Dancer or anything that requires bleed damage, the Cyber Eagle is definitely the companion for that class if you go with the Overseer. It helps
It's
so much.
I want to
It's
do
so
a
funny.
Psyker with the Psy Raven. That's probably going to be my next character.
I
is a
gave
Psyker with the
Cass
Psy Raven.
I gave Cassia the Cyber Eagle.
Interesting.
Well, the
Adira
Cyber
the Psy Raven.
Yeah, because the beautiful thing about the Cyber Eagle is it can dish out damage, but it's also a very great area lockdown. As stuff moves around it inside of its threatened area, it will attack every single time they move. And that's not just, like in D&D, you get your singular attack of opportunity. No, it gets multiple of them, and it can hurt. I actually watched it kill a freaking Wordbearer Space Marine just on the sheer fact that it got lucky and crit the thing multiple times as it was going through its threatened space.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Any more on
Um,
Solomorn?
I'm ready to talk about the bonus companions myself.
We'll get to the secret companions. The one good thing with Solomorn is that that expansion alone in Solomorn, having him there, it's if you're playing an iconoclast or a dogmatic, it's one of those characters that just he gives more depth and feeling behind the choices because here you are, like we'll take Uncle here. He plays an iconoclast, so he's going to go against the Imperial Creed
Yeah.
to an extent to make the lives of his citizens better. And here you have an Arbite who is a cop who has the Lex Imperialis, which is set by the High Marshals on Terra and distributed throughout the entirety of the Imperium for the Arbites to enforce. And he's sitting here looking at what you're doing, and it's like, this is technically against the Lex, but there's nothing I can do about it, so we're just going to wait and see how this is going to blow up in our faces.
He's definitely in a tough spot.
Well, he's fine with it because he loves you, though, actually.
Well, yeah, he did love me. He was like absolutely devastated when I chose Kibella instead of him. It was.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah.
he's so sad. And
Yeah.
and the best part is I just love how much he hates polyamory.
He really
Specifically.
hates it. Yeah, they all have a problem with it, but he really hates it, which
He
is
finds it
perfect.
disgusting.
Yeah,
It
he's
is perfect. He's a whole
He's a
post
cop.
romantic.
He's a cop. He's possessive.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
that and it's like in the world of 40k, technically they even state how marriage, quote unquote, ain't really a full-on thing because each
Yeah.
planet has its own custom when it comes to that.
Yeah, there are polygamous
So,
planets all over the place,
Well,
especially if
Earth's
you're
one of
if
them.
you're an aristocrat. Yeah, yeah. Just the Coronis
Yeah,
Expanse,
'cause-
strictly monogamous.
That's really funny to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some planets that do that kind of a thing. There are
Yeah.
some where it's more so of a extended period contract. There are some where it's just a we're going to do this the one night and then I'll never see you again.
See, the thing is, my bridge is the place that matters in this world. And in that bridge, it's apparently monogamy only.
yeah.
Damn
Yeah.
shame.
Yeah. But hey. Alright, that's all of the companions, correct?
Well,
Not
now
counting
the,
the
From
secrets.
secret ones.
Yeah, we've got
yes.
the other they're the two other rogue traders you can secretly recruit towards the end of the game. Incendia Bastal Corda and Caligos Winterscale. I did get Incendia Corda. I shamed her because she takes over Footfall, this space station, at one point in the story, and
Yep.
I shamed her. I told her, "You're doing a really bad job and you're making everything worse." And I convinced her that she was really bad at being a rogue trader. And she's so ashamed that she basically gives up her entire empire, more or less, and just kind of submits herself to a cloister world at the end of the story. But after you shame her, she kind of becomes a temporary companion that you can use for a while in the final acts of the game. She's okay. She's a soldier, master tactician. Not actually that useful or interesting. She didn't interact a lot compared to the other companions, but it was interesting that I got to have her at the end. I did use her a couple times, just because it was humiliating to make another rogue trader work for me.
Well, see, that's the beautiful part about it is rogue traders, not only are they trying to find everything for the Imperium, but they're also trying to one-up each other. And because of the fact that you're in the Coronis Expanse, where there are two other rogue trader dynasties, it's literally a three-way contest of who's got the bigger dick. And unfortunately, she doesn't come anywhere close. Though, if what I'm reading is correct, I believe her short companion's shenanigans, if you do it right, she basically just makes her dynasty a vassal dynasty to yours, and like you said, she just fucks off to a cloister because she was doing things that the Emperor would not approve of.
Yeah, she was too zealotous in her defense of the church. Being really kind of spooky inquisitorial style, like Spanish Inquisition, not like Warhammer Inquisition.
She was
just being nasty. And then you're like, listen, bitch, you're just a sadist. You're just doing this because it makes you feel powerful. You're not actually helping anybody. In fact, you're making it worse. And she's like, oh, shit. Damn, son, you're right.
The first time you get introduced to her self-imposed inquisition on Footfall, you literally watch her sentence a guy who just stole protein bars to death.
Yeah. With fire. Yeah.
I would have flayed him. I killed her.
Sure. I wanted to kill her. She was annoying, but when I realized I could just make her do what I want, I'm like, no, that's more humiliating. I was an iconoclast, but my rogue trader was absolutely self-obsessed. Like, it was any chance I could take to humiliate an aristocrat or anybody who seemed powerful. That was just how I was role-playing my character. A shamed aristocrat, denied power because I'm a bastard. So any chance I came up against anybody else who was powerful, I was like, nah, fuck you. You're a loser. I'm cool.
For me, it was anyone who sucked the Emperor's throne.
Yeah.
I was just like, nah, no, you're dead. I'm sorry. I hate this guy. Where is he? He's not here. There's no god here except for me.
Nice.
Yeah, that plays out. Yeah. Now, speaking of no one here but me.
Yeah.
Caligos Winterscale.
I love that
talk
character.
about that elephant in the room. Holy shit.
I love Caligos Winterscale. Just the absolute rage monster. I want to fight things. I think he's so fun. I talked him into being a good guy, but it was not easy. But I did enjoy all my dealings with that character. I think Caligos is funny.
Oh yeah, no, my interactions with him went a complete and total left turn from yours.
Yeah.
I got to the point where, we went to the one planet, we were hunting Eldar and everything, and found out that through his arch militant at arms, he had fallen to chaos. And while trying to get him to come, to walk away from that, there's a cutscene that plays out where his axe explodes and it summons a Skull Taker.
Damn.
Uh-huh.
Good for him.
Well, he goes to try to redeem himself, charges it. The Skull Taker basically backhands him and pretty much just one-shots him. He does not make it after that. So I think your whole... because I think your method of actually making him a good guy, you probably have to do something like, say, a specific line early on in your interactions with him, because otherwise
you have to go hardcore iconoclast the whole time with him. I'm pretty sure there are multiple persuasion checks that you have to talk him into. Like, you have to help him see that he is being influenced by chaos, and then he doesn't join you. So, like, with the iconoclast route, he doesn't become a companion, but he does support you and help you. And in the end credits, or the end slideshow, you learn that he does reform himself and become a savior of mankind who liberates fallen worlds instead of just running around chasing aliens to kill, because it's fun. And it says he dies shortly after he makes his moral turnaround. But you can convince him to be a good guy and help you as an NPC in the iconoclast route. But I think you can only recruit him if you are a heretic. Pretty sure.
Yep. And, just kind of embraces the Skull God as he keeps killing in the Expanse. A lot of pirates and heresy.
Oh, yeah, no, I will say that I looked up his the stats for his power axe, if you actually do manage to get him as a companion, and holy shit, is it actually a very strong heretic weapon. It ain't got nothing on the Demon Force sword, but it's still a very strong axe.
There's only one companion left to talk about, and I killed him.
Everyone tends to, because no one really realizes that, oh, hey, wait a minute, this guy can be a companion. And that is
Very
Earl
secret.
the Cruel.
Yeah, word bearer.
I love good
word
friend.
bearers. Yeah.
Me too.
Look at that smile. He's just a nice guy.
He's a happy guy.
Yeah.
And every time I met him in the story, I was able to resist him too. And he went, oh.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, no, the more you actually succeed in the few times he shows up, the more you succeed in resisting his influence, the more, I don't want to say obsessed, but the more that he can't seem to stop thinking about how there's a mortal out there that can resist his ability to manipulate the warp.
Yeah, it's hot.
And plus, I did a heretic playthrough long enough to get up to his point where you can recruit him, because I wanted to see how that went. Oh boy, that went a lot farther than I thought it would.
Is he any good in combat?
As soon as I
yes.
found out he was a grand strategist, I went nope, and then I didn't use it.
Fair enough.
Well, see, that's also the beautiful thing where everyone forgets there's an NPC on your ship that becomes the most invaluable NPC on the entire ship.
Yeah, but I didn't think you could respect the grand strategist part.
You can respect your companions.
Yeah,
okay.
That's true.
I just thought that one was for some odd reason locked in. It wouldn't let me when I tried.
Could have been a bug. This is a pretty buggy game, as I think we've mentioned before.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of bugs. I don't think you can respec the archetypes. However, you can always go in and respec the skills. So you can do the grand strategy thing where he doesn't have the area, the tactical areas and whatnot, to where he just has more strategy buffs or debuffs than the tactical areas. Because that's what I did with Pascal.
See, the thing is, I didn't read it that far. And so I didn't know that was an option, and you know what?
I feel like you don't get him for that long, so it's.
Yeah, technically you don't, because you get him at the end of chapter 4.
Right. So
it would
5
be
a lot
pretty
of
short.
it takes a long time to respec a character.
Yeah, especially if you're like, max level and you're sitting there having to respec them from
and
0 to
Yeah.
That was the issue.
That's a lot of reading. Yeah.
That was a lot of reading, and I just assumed it'd be more battlefield abilities.
Yeah, because if you respec before you get your second archetype, that's one thing. That's only 16 levels of respecing you have to go through. If you do it after you get your next archetype, it's still manageable. But once you get to Exemplar, it's tedious. Having done that, because I realized I screwed up one of my my build, on a thing because I made it to where I couldn't actually do one of the things I wanted to do. I had to go back and respec the thing, and yeah, that was tough.
Yeah. I think I only
Yeah.
ever respect one character, and it was so time consuming. I had plans to do a couple others. I was like, fuck that. I'll just roll with it. I'll just deal with it. Whatever. It takes too long.
No, like I said,
Yeah.
by the time you get to Exemplar, whatever decisions you've made, you're at that point. You're at the point of the
Yeah.
game, anyways, where it's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna live with it. I don't have much
Yeah.
left as is.
Live with the consequences.
Exactly.
Incentive to play again. Yeah.
Yeah, because then you can make choices differently.
So I feel good on the characters, the companions. Do you guys want to go into like a brief talk of each of the acts, and then we can talk about specific gameplay features that we really
Yes.
liked?
Yeah.
Because at that point, if we're talking about the game and we're not sitting here talking anything about the story, that kind of does the game a heavy disservice.
I mean, to be fair, we have been, because a lot of story
Yeah,
is these companion quests, and we talked about how they relate to the different sort of endings and stuff.
Yeah,
It's just kind of, we
we're-
haven't
this is
talked a
true.
high level.
we're touching.
and then-
Yeah, we're not doing a full summary yet, but we've hit a lot of story notes. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're poking at it,
yeah. So
Yeah.
but
Uncle, do you want to give like the highest level summary of this before we break down the acts?
I think I can do it. You become a space king. Your one of your planets gets invaded by chaos. You can't really do anything about it. You slowly re-knit your empire, or the empire of the previous dynasty leader, by going to the main planets. You are eventually coronated. You reconnect the most important planets in your mini empire, and slowly rediscover others. Over time, you start to manage the empire as a whole until, after a series of events, you end up captured and in Kamara in Act 3, as I think we've mentioned, this pocket dimension held by the slave masters of the Dark Eldar. After trials and tribulations, you free yourself, you get back out, you reclaim your empire, which has kind of fallen into a bit of turmoil with your absence, and then you ultimately move into a phase where there's this big crazy series of events crashing down in the Corynus expanse. You follow the rules, the orders of a Lord Inquisitor, who's Heinrich's master, which ultimately leads to a final confrontation between you and a Catan Void Shard, which the Inquisitor wants to use in his schemes to better the Imperium. But we learned that he's not trustworthy. He's been corrupted, and only we have the power and authority to do away with or perhaps use this Catan Shard for good or for ill. And that is ultimately how the game wraps up. You fighting this shard of a godlike entity, the Catan, the lords of the Necron universe, who were ultimately suborned and captured by the Necrons and turned into Pokemon gods, basically. Yeah, you decide what to do with it, and then roll end credits. You get a beautiful end slideshow of all the consequences of all your choices. Does that work? Is that what we were looking for?
That's exactly it. Hell yeah.
Okay.
And that is definitely a real good grand summary.
Yeah.
I
got to say, just general note from me on this story arc. I think one of my favorite things about this game is, as I've mentioned, it's ludicrously complicated. Like, there are tons and tons of features, lots of games within this game, but it is, I think, perfectly paced in terms of how you're drip fed these elements, so that it never becomes overwhelming. You're always excited by the new features. Like, when you get ship combat, you're like, ooh, this is fun. This is a fun mix up. This is different. And the difficulty scales at a nice pace for that. You never feel overwhelmed by all the new upgrades and stuff you have to figure out for your ship. The planets that you manage in different modes, mostly through text choices, your dialogue choices, are all great. As we mentioned before, the storybook sections where you kind of do a choose your own adventure, text adventure style RPG. Those are great. It's a great mix up, and you're introduced to each of these.
I could just play a Warhammer game that's that.
I could too. Just the text adventures themselves are fantastic, especially with the skill checks mixed in. Anyway, it's just all my favorite elements of RPGs are found here, and you're introduced to them one at a time at just this perfect pace, so that I never felt overwhelmed, and I was always excited to mix it up with some new element of gameplay every time I got a chance to do that. And I would say even all the way through into Act 3, you're introduced to new features of the game pretty regularly, to keep things fresh, and I really appreciated that about this.
Yeah, because
what do you guys think?
Because it felt like just about every act of the game introduced some new little feature that the game does. Like, oh, hey, by the way, you're now in. We'll just use the first couple, Act 1 and 2. You have your prologue arc where you get to actually your first starting chapter, and you get to the system where you have Cassia, where you have Ricard Minoris, Ricard Primaris, and all that. And then afterwards, you get the whole, oh, hey, by the way, you have to go to these other planets, so you have to figure out warp lanes. This is how you do it. And then you do that, and eventually, like, the start of Chapter 2 is like, oh, hey, by the way, just to let you know, all of those warp channels that you found that takes you from one planet to the next, or one star system to the next, you can actually make them safer by using this navigator points.
I really when I learned that you can establish your own routes too, the game really became really fun for me. Like, navigating became really fun. Like, how can I optimize my navigation routes with this finite resource of insight that you're given to make certain warp lanes, clearer, safer? How can I optimize this so that I have minimal risk on the most important routes? So you're creating your own, like, trails basically through space. You're creating your own highways through space. And I thought that was a really interesting way to go about this. Another great element of replay value, is like you can establish completely different warp lanes in different playthroughs that might actually affect the order in which you hit quests and the way in which you encounter different difficulties in this game. And I think that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, no, because I always felt the ability to make your own warp lane was great, because with certain star systems, you have to go way down to BFE down to the south just to go to BFE all the way into the west. And oh hey, you have a mission that's time sensitive that's all the way up in the north, so now you got to go back to BFE south to go BFE north. Yeah. Instead, you could just try to make a warp lane from west to north, spend a couple of points to make it a safe travel, and now you have one hell of a long shortcut.
I spidered out a lot of my warp lanes from the capital planet.
That's smart. I was pretty stuck with mine until it was pretty late in the game, and then I was like, oh, I should have been more thoughtful with this.
For me, I didn't understand it at first and made a lot of bad mistakes, so excited to retry that on another playthrough.
Me too.
Oh, yeah, no,
because I honestly found everything overwhelming. There was I don't know. There's just so much depth and detail on how every single mechanic works that the wall of text started to become incomprehensible at some points.
Yeah, that's people who play the Warhammer games just for the Warhammer games. With Rogue Trader, they will probably get a bit of a daunting feel because, like you said, all of the just monstrous wall of text.
Yeah, if you have dyslexia, this game would be an absolute nightmare.
Oh god, yes. But anyone who's ever played the actual tabletop games or even the war game, you get used to reading those mile-long blocks of text.
That's true.
Because to play those games, as Uncle here knows, I tried the Wrath and Glory RPG system, and it is just nothing RPG. But it is nothing but paragraphs upon paragraphs to explain one simple rule.
Rules on rules on rules. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a lot like that.
Campaign just needed more house ruling than anything, and then you have the actual mini wargaming tabletop where you have rules that are 1 to 2 paragraphs long, but the reason they're that big is because they also throw an example in there as well to try to help further explain it. So anyone who just plays the Warhammer games just for the games will have a hard time with Rogue Trader.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
this is a good representation of the universe in terms of its story and characters. Also, a good representation of 40k in terms of how crunchy it is.
yeah,
how
one of
dense
those...
it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, if you're one of those people who's trying to get into the 40k universe and you go, "Hey, what is a good game to get started with?" This is not one you recommend.
Well, in some ways, so
I
like
kind of
if
yeah.
you like
Okay.
reading, this is the
Yes.
perfect game to start with. If you don't like reading, it would be a great challenge. So with some
Yeah,
caveats, I would agree with you. Yeah.
And there's also some ways that I don't know, maybe it's the way it's presented or the types of information it's trying to give and how it gives it. I'm used to reading lots of walls of text, but I
you
guess
like
I think the
visual
games
novels.
and I think the crunchy aspect that when I like a crunchy thing, I kind of like it when its parts come together to make a complex whole. So a game I think about
this
that
does that though.
right.
I think
but
this
it
game
feels
comes
like
together
the really
really well.
chunky parts.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I love how my resources can be spent on different aspects of this very diverse game. I like how doing well in ship combat serves you in other aspects of the game and vice versa.
Yeah.
Like I like how the resource management for your empire it plays into how your equipment goes and how your what
I
quests
do
you
too.
can fulfill and stuff. Like
I just think
it-
the way it presents the tutorialization or the way it teaches you just feels really hard to swallow sometimes, and you get confused.
Yeah.
And it takes some practice. I feel like I don't know what to do to change it. I just felt like I had trouble understanding.
Sure.
I mean,
I think
everything
it'll-
like profit
maybe-
factor. I had a trouble understanding that for some reason.
I really want to talk about that because
yes.
I
Yeah.
love the
It's
economy
great.
system in this game. Profit factor, to explain really briefly, is instead of having money, instead of having a certain amount of credits, you have an abstract indication of how wealthy you are, which is, I love that, because rich people don't deal with money in terms of, oh, I have $10,000, I can buy a $3,000 item and a $5,000 item and a $2,000. No. It's, I am tier 4 wealth, which means I can buy whatever the fuck I want in this category of item. And I am tier 7 wealth, which means I can have whatever the fuck I want in terms of this quality of luxury of item. And that is how rich people deal with money. And you don't buy and sell individual items. You're selling bulk amounts of everything. So even the items you pick up as an individual can only really be sold for influence. It doesn't even increase your profit factor to sell items. You can only improve your influence with a specific market. What suite of things you can purchase from any given faction has as much to do with what they think of you as it does with how wealthy you are as an individual. So you could have all the money in the world, but if a faction hates you, they're not going to sell you their best stuff. But once you hit a specific profit factor, so once you hit profit factor 20 or whatever, mostly through quest events, that's how you raise your wealth, is by making good decisions in your quests and in your empire management. Once you hit that level, every item in the game that you have access to in a market, given based on your influence, all of those items are yours now. So once you hit a new profit factor, every item in an available market to you of that profit factor or lower, you just have now. You can have it. And so you just get huge dumps of equipment at a time, which might feel overwhelming or weird or bad, but I like it so much more than having to save up for specific, pick one or two items I really like. No, I am a king of an empire of millions and billions of people. Like, I should get tons of stuff. I should get whatever I want. And the only thing that should stop me is how much the people selling it to me like me. I like that. I think it's a cool abstract way to do markets.
It's good.
Yeah, because you brought up a very interesting point about how this game loves to throw loot at you every time you turn around. It's even if you just kill Hive Ganger Scum number 18, he's going to have an entire myriad list of stuff that's going to be on his body guaranteed. And one of the things I found was very helpful was when you go do the loot screen, how it has a second tab right next to where it shows all of your stuff, where you can just drag and drop and it puts it in your cargo hold, where, as Uncle pointed out, is your bulk goods container so that you can sell to the different factions. So it automatically tracks all of that for you, and you don't have to sit there and look at your inventory list because there is no weight limit in this game. And so you're not sitting there going scroll 13 times to find that one gun you really like that you accidentally hit collect on, and it just got lost into the sea of that monstrosity you call an inventory.
Right. The inventory can be a little hard to manage sometimes, but
I think it could.
There are a lot of items
paring back.
But I like having no weight limit. I like being able to sort things into that junk pile that just becomes what you sell to factions. I also like that different factions like place different emphasis on certain categories of goods. So like some guys don't care about certain types of goods at all. Some factions just won't buy them. Other factions, care more about a certain type of good than the other factions who will buy it. So you have to balance, what faction do I want to like me? What faction has items I'm actually going to use for my play style? And which faction can I afford to ignore? For me, I maxed out my reputation with every faction except the Fellowship of the Void, the Pirates. Their items just weren't nearly as useful to a non-heretic player. But I got every item from the Explorators, the Casa Basilica, and the Imperial Navy, and the Drusians by the end of the game. And that was nice. I felt like I was using just god tier level stuff by the time I was max level.
Because
very powerful.
The different factions, because you got the Imperial Navy, you got the Casbalica, you got the Church of St. Drusus, you got the Explorators, which is the Adeptus Mechanicus, you got the Pirates. Each one has a lot of unique and really good things in them, not just like the equipment, because a bunch of them give you a hard resource to find, which is medkits. Medkits in that game are such a finite resource that, because you can't make them, you can't go to a regular store and buy them, you have to go through the high factotum to get into or actually find the person who you talk to directly representing the faction.
And they're limited. I know in the first 2 acts I was badly rationing medkits. I think by Act 3, especially after Act 3, medkits were not a problem at all for me anymore. But those first, especially Act 1, you are tightly regulating your use of medkits. At least I was.
Oh yeah, no, by the time you get to Act 3, or even partway through Act 2, you've gotten at least 10 levels, so you have the ability to, like, say, we'll use Cassia for an example. She's very squishy, but if you spend like 4 levels dumping all of those points into Carouse, she, like Abelard, becomes a tank who literally just resists every injury under the sun, except for one of those where it's like, hey, doing this is a guaranteed 100% way to get an injury.
Yeah, I
did not use a med kit until Act 5.
You
Nice.
got really lucky.
I had traumas and injuries all the time. But we were just good at killing things.
I really, I don't know what it is, but I have such a like neurotic hatred for having injured characters in games. I need to take care of it immediately. Like I will hike back to my ship and heal you if I have to. I will not continue this mission with injured players. Like I need everyone at tip-top condition all the time.
Oh, yeah,
and so I am constantly
injuries.
healing up my people. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, especially considering the injuries the more of them
pretty
you get,
debilitating.
the more, wounds and traumas and everything, you can take and really debilitate a character.
Yeah, some of your companions can become completely useless with injuries.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Pascal was constantly my injury sponge.
Yeah.
Well, and also too, the good thing that with Pascal is he can eventually get a upgrade for one of his server arms where he basically is just a walking medkit.
Yeah.
So, just like by the time you get to Act 3 and 4, where there's so many medkits out there, you're kind of getting sick of them. He also kind of dishes out healing. Then you also got Heinrichs with his biomancy. He has the ability to heal.
I made Kibella my healer because she's so mobile. She can move so far, so fast every turn, and she already has a pretty decent innate boost to Medicae. So I made her my primary healer. Also, I just thought that was hot to have my scary goth assassin be my surgeon. Hell yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you have Ulfar is the guy who you want to hit things and kill it in one shot. You have Argenta, who you want to be the one who handles all of the explosives. You got Pascal, who does all the techno shenanigans.
Yeah.
It makes sense to have... This is what I was talking about way earlier, where it's a trap to want to make your character good at all this stuff so you don't have to rely on your companions, especially if you get into a situation where you need that skill, but the companion who's really good at that skill is not here.
Yeah.
But it adds flavor.
Honestly, we've hit all the main mechanics of the game I really wanted to talk about. What other features really stand out to you guys that we haven't discussed yet? We haven't talked a ton about the colonies and how
colony management's simple, really.
I think it was the most underbaked feature of the game.
It's fine underbaked,
I just want one more step of complexity, I think.
It was simple, but it was a very simple, very straightforward colony management system. Yeah. But you also have to take into account that it can also be one of the most difficult parts of the game.
Yeah, they're hard choices to make.
Well, that and certain outcomes are made easier based on choices you made for the colony of what to build on the colony. Just makes life so much easier with certain quests.
Yeah, just to explain, every colony, when you're building your colonies, it's basically you can do one upgrade to a colony at a time. It's usually an A or B choice, locking you out of the other option. Not always, but often that's the case. And then you kind of just make a series of A or B or C choices as your colony upgrades as time goes by. And then little quests will pop up based on the choices you made. Unique events will take place. Consequences you couldn't have possibly foreseen might come down the line in addition to any rewards you were promised. And it does become pretty interesting because your planets do develop into pretty unique institutions by the end of the game based on those choices you made in their build-up.
And let's not forget the fact that as you're sitting there, when you have random events that pop up with the colonies, let's not forget the fact that you can also ask your companions, and it will always pick 3 or 4 companions who will have something to say, which also give you a chance to have a variant of the original choices of the outcomes.
Yeah, companion choices are almost always better, just so you know, audience.
Oh, yeah, because let's just say on one planet you have there's a problem where you have choice A or choice B, and you can only get one of those 2 rewards. You might have a companion who goes, oh, hey, wait a minute, I know how we could handle this. And they'll give you their idea, and you're like, you know what, we're going to go with that one. And sometimes, depending on the type of random event, you get both the rewards from A and B.
Yeah.
I
But
just
sometimes
gotta
you
say,
don't.
though, it's
Oh,
just
no.
I don't remember any of these stories at all.
The
They're
colony
usually
random
like one
events are so
paragraph
throwaway.
stories. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's real like click 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 and you're gone.
There's
I
there's
only
some that I
treated
liked.
this as a pure mechanics thing.
There were some of the stories I really liked. So like the story of Foulstone, for example, which is like your more religious planet, can be really
Oh, yeah.
interesting. Like managing the different factions and gangs who are worshiping the God Emperor in different ways. I thought those stories were really interesting. Like at one point, the most dominant faction on Foulstone for me was like a biker gang of relic hunting God Emperor obsessed like rad warriors, and I don't know. I thought that was really cool. I thought there was some good flavor there. Janice's colony missions are kind of boring. It's the one where you have the alien world. Well, it was an Eldar world once upon a time, and now it's an Agri world. There's some tension between you and the Eldar depending on how you played those missions, but I didn't love it as much as some of the other planets. Kiava Gamma is your Mechanicus world, not quite a Forge world, but close.
No, that's
that one
the beautiful
was,
thing is the upgrades that you could do to Kievagama actually do eventually by the end of the game. If you specifically pick all of the ones that are heavy Mechanicus oriented, that you could just tell right from the jump. Okay, this is meant to be a Mechanicus choice versus okay, this is just a manufacturing thing. It can become a full-on Forge world by the end of the game in the in-game cutscenes.
It can become a Dark Mechanicus world too. Like it's
Yes,
you
it
can-
can.
Oh god.
Yeah. Vabos 6 is your prison world. That one was interesting. That ended up for me being a haven that was run by prisoners for prisoners. It was basically like the center of crime in the Coronus Expanse for me by the end, because I was so nice to the prisoners. And then you've got Dargonis, which is that's like the actual like
the
cardinal world or
capital of
something
your
like-
dynasty.
Yeah.
That is your
The
seat
capital,
of
yeah.
power for your dynasty. And yeah, for me, Vabos 6 actually I was nice to the prisoners, but we'll reference Solomon here. Going through the Lex Imperialis storyline, the marshal that Solomon takes over for, you can actually assign him to be the warden of the prison, and he actually does a very good job of keeping the planet in line.
I believe that.
Well, because you find out through Solomon's quest line that the marshal in charge of the Arbites is guilty to some degree of breaking the Lex, and he literally is telling you to pass judgment on him so that way he can satisfy his honor to the Lex Imperialis. And you're like, I have a better idea. You're going to retire. We're going to appoint somebody else to be the marshal, and you're just going to go run this prison planet for me.
I think I did something along the same lines. Yeah.
Yeah, because after we broke last night for a break and everything, I went back and I completed mine, and oh yeah, I have some new info on a lot of my ending. Oh boy.
Do we want to go into our endings? I think I'm ready for that.
We can go into the endings. I do kind of want to throw out some of the, like, if we got people listening who's going to be interested in the game, it's like, okay, what information are they, is out there that we can look at that might influence them. Let's talk about like some of the stuff that can happen on your ship, not just the warp activity shenanigans, some of the actual quest points that can happen on your ship that really, I don't want to say touch a nerve, but kind of hit you in the feels and make you actually care about the stuff that happens on your ship.
I gotta say, I honestly don't remember much.
The Gene Stealer cult is kind of interesting.
Yes, I will say,
there's a Gene Stealer cult on your ship that you can root out and take down.
Yeah, and then
over the course of
betrayed.
over the course of multiple different acts.
Yeah.
I like how that turned from the original game a throwaway named NPC and actually made it something important.
In the DLC, yeah.
Yeah, the guy who's in charge of all the I don't want to say the mechanics, but all the people
The
using
firemen. Yeah, your
Yeah,
ship's
the fire dudes who-
your ship's fire department. The
It's
Infernus or something
kind
like
of-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Inferni, where basically
Yeah.
who's in charge of keeping all of the engines and the power systems regulated and running.
Well, and
Turns
also
out-
putting out fires because that's
Yeah.
so common in a ship. Which
Another
that's the part I really
That's
like
specifically
about
what they're doing. Yeah, the grimdark element about that I like is that they were a population suborn to the Von Valancius dynasty that at some point, generations and like hundreds of years ago, they rebelled against the Von Valancius, and now their punishment as a population, as a clan, is that they have to be the firefighters of this ship, and they're not allowed to do any other jobs. And
They're
turns
not
out,
even allowed to carry weapons.
right, and unless you let them.
Yeah.
And I did let them
Which
because
I did.
liked it. Yeah, I liked the twist of their leader ending up being a gene stealer cultist was a good twist because he was probably my favorite ship officer. He was
he
down to
was
earth,
easy
relatable,
to-
a people's person. He's kind of flirty and cute. Yeah,
Always smoking.
he likes trains.
He likes trains.
Your ship has a train. I love that feature too.
Yeah, because the fact that if you take in, like, the one downside that Warhammer, that most people on the outside looking in tend to not know, is Warhammer has a very bad scaling issue.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, your
your
ship is
ship-
like a kilometer long, so it doesn't make a ton of sense to have a train.
If you read the description, I believe the Firestorm class frigate is a little bit more than 1 kilometer long.
Okay.
I believe it's a couple kilometers long. Actually, give me a second here to pull it up.
Either way, you get a
It's-
choo-choo train.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's just
it's
cool that there's a
basically
train
for-
in a ship.
I do too.
Oh yeah, no, because some of these, like if you look at ships like the Gloriana class battle cruiser, or the
Right.
Emperor class battleship, those things are
They're big.
they can be in high orbit of a planet, and you can still actively see them from the ground. They are that large. A
Tokyo
Star
in
Destroyer.
space.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, a Star Wars Star Destroyer is probably a tenth of the size of a Gloriana class battle cruiser.
But there's actually something more important that, we put trains on ships.
Oh,
That's just what we have done
you know-
in
Yeah,
history.
it's just cool.
That's
yeah.
that's what
Hey,
it's that's
hey,
what
you know
it's
what,
doing.
fair.
I just gotta say that part. It's
It's
you know
just
what?
cool.
Fair.
that's a thing we do to carry cargo specifically. That's like a way to carry cargo, and then you can connect the tracks of the tracks in the ship to tracks on a railroad. And
What we really need are boats on our ship. There should be
right,
boats.
we need
Rivers
we
and
need
boats.
boats and
Yeah.
rivers, waterways.
Yeah, be much cooler.
I just had to. I was like, I'm not hallucinating that, right? This is a real thing, so I had to look that up real quick before. I'm like, no, we just do this. This is the thing we do with boats.
But they're little carts
Yeah.
on the boats in the real world.
Well,
Yeah.
no,
Okay,
sometimes they're train cars.
I did find
Full
the
steam
dimensions.
engines?
I don't know full steam it. Well, I mean, the engines of something.
Well,
The train is a full on Prometheum engine, so
on your ship, yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Actually, I did
okay. I
find
was like,
the
I don't
dimensions.
know
It is
if that's where.
Prometheum is
it
real.
is a little over a mile long, which
Okay.
even for it being a escort class, which is the smallest ship or one of the smallest classes of ship, a mile long ship being your tiniest is something.
Big scale.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other final points we need
General
to hit?
Grievous has a train on his ship on the Malevolence.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Very different universe.
Very different universe, but also
Far,
too
far
very
I'm just thinking
relevant
about
to the
trains.
conversation we just had.
Yeah. How did you like the how did you like the ending slideshow? For me, I love ending slideshows. I think it's a great way for an RPG to end. I'm the kind of guy that I want to know everything, every named character, what happens, every planet, what happened. I want to know. And something I was really impressed by is like the complexity of the ending, like how every choice you make interacts with the other choices. It's not like, okay, how did you treat Salamorn? That's his ending. How did you treat Cassia? That's her ending. Like the endings of your characters interact with one another. Like some of your characters, your companions, might go on to murder one another in the after credits, basically.
Oh yeah,
or constantly hunt each other. I
Yeah.
saw that Urla and Mazar. Oh my god, I can never.
Marazai.
Marazai. Elf Daddy. I'm just gonna call him Elf Daddy.
You can do that. But
Pascal,
yeah,
Pascal and Irlet end up fighting in mine, and Pascal kills Irlet. Cabela and the Inquisition have a full-scale war at some point. They're quite
the Inquisition's gone for me.
Jai has a conflict with another companion. I can't remember. I think Cabela. Jai and Cabela have a conflict that may or may not have to do with the fact that I chose Cabela over Jai. I can't remember exactly.
I kind of I accidentally messed up that companion quest, and I'll tell you how that one ended for me, and you're gonna laugh.
How did it end for you, Speaker?
I was going through her quest line, and there was a point where, I had to go looking for her crew. I had accidentally started a story mission that you couldn't back out of, so it failed her quest. She ends up leaving you. Yep. She ends up just disappearing from your crew. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's that. And, I didn't think nothing of it. Because I've played games where you have companions come and go and they don't mention them at all in the end credits, because usually the ones that are mentioned at the end are the ones who were there from start to finish, that the game, that you took the time to care about keeping around. And no, it makes mention of her that eventually she was found at the bottom of Foulstone in one of the sewage passageways with a mechanical arm shoved through her throat.
Yikes. That's
Huh.
hardcore.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Because you're supposed to help her find her crew while also hunting down a backstabbing bastard who cheated her out of some stuff, and he basically has a mechanical arm, so it is inferred that he took and killed her.
Yeah.
Dang.
Ouch.
I was able to kill him, but she accidentally tripped one of the alarms, and so her companions died.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. I went back and I redid that part, and I had to restart some of that so much. I made heavy use of the fact that you can have all of your companions unlocked from you, so that way you can move around by yourself and not have them accidentally getting in the line of sight of the freaking scum guards or tripping one of the mines, and then it's like, okay, I'm going to run and go do this. Or if I need to defuse something, I can have Argenta go and do this.
In between combat sequences, I would usually make all my companions move on the same tile, so they'd all move in one area. like literally, they'd all be inhabiting one block of space together. So that nobody was running into things that I wasn't clicking on.
Is this a time to reveal that I've been playing this on Steam Deck, and so I've been doing this with a controller and not mouse and keyboard?
That's wild.
Hey, I mean, having played it with both mouse and keyboard and a controller, it's not terrible. There are some people who are just more comfortable having a controller in hand than they are actually having mouse and keyboard for certain things. I
just liked playing it while laying down.
There's that too. You kind of hard to do that with a mouse and keyboard when you have to sit at a desk.
Yeah.
I
accidentally bumped the controller stick, and then they died. And she said, "You could have been more careful." And I was like, "Dang, all right." She broke it off between us, though.
Sure.
Oh yeah, no, that if you're trying to romance her, that is an instant we are done if you fuck that up.
We were still friends, though.
Oh yeah, it's just, romance is out the window.
How did the fate of your realms turn out? My realm became a utopia of relative equity and prosperity that blew the minds of all imperial traditionalists. The Navy went to war with me for my heresies and almost immediately collapsed in its entirety because virtually everyone joined me. Like, almost the entire Navy defected to my side immediately. I captured the power of the Catan Shard and using the power of my AI, my companion Nomos, which you learn, like, the machine spirit of your ship is sentient and is a full-scale AI, basically, based on the Catan Shard. And for me, it fused with that AI Nomos, fused with the Catan Shard, and I had basically an infinite source of power and energy to protect my realm. And basically, at the outset of my new conflict with the Imperium, because I'm trying to establish a better realm of peace and prosperity and equity, the Imperium tries to attack, and my Catan Shard creates a dimensional bubble around the entire Corynus expanse, insulating us from the rest of the galaxy, including the Great Rift. And basically, for the entirety of my reign, we have this immense prosperity and success and peace. But it is hinted that, like, within, after the living memory of you is gone, so like 2 generations, basically, everything goes back to normal. Like, once your direct influence is gone, everything eventually drifts back to the old system of hierarchies and imperial rule. But
That makes
there was
sense.
a brief glimpse of utopia. And for your lifetime, at least, things are pretty swell. So I like that. It felt
not for me.
It was a
Utopia
happy
was
ending. Oh yeah.
Yeah. For mine, I ended up in the Corynus Expanse. I ended up actually managing to root out every last bit of criminality in the system.
Oh my.
Oh yeah,
that sounds horrifying.
I did. Well, that's the thing, is I wasn't even intending to try to get that ending. It's one of those that was made easier because if you do, the Lex Imperialis storylines and everything, and then especially if you don't put any progress into the Fellowship of the Void, as well as, like, if you with Foulstone, if you convince Vladim to actually become less of a pirate lord and more of an actual, hey, you need to be a proper governor instead of this shady xenotech arms dealer. It kind of just makes the criminal element of the Corynus Expanse just slowly vanish. I also had a good run-in with the Imperial Navy. They didn't defect, but it basically turned into they were far more active in protecting the Expanse from pirates and Xeno attack, because they just increased patrols thanks to all the different warp lanes that I had secured and made safer.
Nice.
Though the planets themselves were interesting. I ended up, by the time I got to Janus, like I said, I gave Irelet to Heinrichs. So when I got to the point where I found the hidden Eldar element on Janus and everything, I did what any good dogmatic commissar would. I annihilated them. The planet quickly becomes one of the most verdant pearl worlds, which is an aggro world on steroids.
Wow.
It is just shy of being a paradise world.
My Janus does pretty well for me too. We become allies with the Eldar, and we don't really have any issues with them. Things are peaceful and prosperous.
I mean, mine is prosperous. It's just, a seabed of heresy.
Yeah, irrigated by blood.
Irrigated by blood. I have the Vizier in there still. She's doing a great job.
Nice.
Yeah. And I guess we should also bring up other planets like Dargonis, for example. That was, through my playthrough and everything, throughout the course of the game, it does at one point get attacked by the Drukhari. Not even going to sugarcoat it. It gets utterly devastated by the Drukhari raiding party. And there are things that you can do for the colony management that actually can prevent you from ever having to worry about that planet again. It literally... I ended up turning it from my Cardinal world for my dynasty into a Cardinal Fortress world.
Nice.
I should also mention, I forgot to mention in Janus, it was also, though, attacked brutally.
Yeah, I think most of your planets are attacked brutally in some way.
Well, it was attacked brutally because I killed the fucking Nocturne of Oblivion or whatever.
Oh, the Harlequins.
Oh.
Yeah, I helped the Harlequins a lot. And they helped out my dynasty, as I remember it. We were like pretty good allies, actually. Harlequins are cool. Dancing.
Ooh, should I
clown
say my general
elves.
ending?
Yeah, you should.
I became a fucking god, you know? I got so much power. I'm a
demon prince, yeah.
I'm a little demon prince. And ruling and having a great time.
Hell
Rebelling
yeah.
against the
Yeah,
Empire. You know, the Expanse, it belongs to me now. Me and my AI buddy. Well, my AI buddy is, mine too.
Awesome.
Yeah, very evil ending.
Oh yeah.
At least you get what you want. That's what really matters.
I got what I wanted, though, and all my people got to have a great time.
Hell yeah.
And they all got corrupted.
That sounds like a great time to me.
I mean,
How...
yeah, because I'm pretty sure if you managed to get your hands on Caligos Winterscale, I bet he was having a time of his life.
Oh, yeah. It's all right. Like, out of games that, like, let you be evil, this is the most flavorful evil you can be in a game.
It's
because there are
rich with mustache twirling moments. Yeah.
Yeah, I've already done Revolt Against the Evil in Tyranny, so I just wanted to do Let's Go Evil.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, no, because there are so few games that just let you go pure, diabolical, where people will go or villains in most universes would sit there and look at you and go, "Dude, who hurt you as a child?" Because
to be fair, though, I think actually most games let you do pure evil. It's just not as fun as this one.
This is true.
I think about KOTOR
That is...
a lot, where KOTOR is literally kick the puppy to the max, but it's not as fun as this.
This is on a completely different scale too. Like you are making frequent decisions that affect millions of people.
And maybe this is just me saying this because I haven't played games like Vampire the Masquerade.
No, I think this is on a much higher scale than Vampire.
Oh, this is very much on a higher scale than Vampire the Masquerade.
You can do some pretty fucked up shit in this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
the level of stuff that you do is
the amount of choices you have, the amount of options you have for role playing are really exceptional.
Well, and there's also two
huge
different evil
replay
options.
value. Yeah. You can. I mean, in some ways, you can play Iconoclast as a somewhat selfish bitch too. Like you could be just like a purely business obsessed guy.
That's true.
Money obsessed. Like so, you could be bad in almost any way. One thing I wish there was an option for would be to be a heretic for good reasons, like for non-selfish reasons. Like
I think that would understand the world too much, and it can't be done.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it would be interesting. It'd be nice to see someday.
I do too.
Yeah.
Because everyone tends to think, heretic means you worship the chaos gods. Well, in this world, there are different levels that a heretic is such a broad term that it's, we'll use the reference I made earlier about the, medieval crusade era Catholic Church, where if you don't believe what we believe, you are a heretic, which is the thing. You can still believe that the Emperor is a god, but you completely just look at his rules and like, I'm not doing that. I'm doing my own thing. The ecclesiarchy would call you a heretic, and then bit bat boom, they lump you in with all the chaos worshipping morons out there. But
Like me.
let's be fair, the chaos shenanigans can be fun.
Absolutely. What? Any other final thoughts?
Uncle,
What?
I don't know. This might be. Does Descent of Angels have something about what is heretical?
Yes, Descent of Angels has a line very early on. You're right, where Remiel is talking to Zachariel, I think, and Nemiel, maybe both of them, and I think it's just Zachariel actually. And he's like, "Okay, dude, what is heresy?" Because they're having some kind of conversation because Zahariel is like, well, we don't believe in spirits or gods or anything like that.
Right.
And
there's a thing in there about
Remiel's like, well, it doesn't. The word heresy just means a stepping away from dogma. So if you reject dogma, you can be labeled a heretic without there being any religious implications. Heretic just means rejecting dogma.
Yeah, I can't wait to get more into that because dang. That's all I'm thinking about in this conversation is, I really do wish there was a more wide view of what is heretical in this game.
Yes.
It is still a bit narrow.
Because I mean, technically, in the Great Crusade period, in the Horus Heresy period, worshiping the Emperor is heresy, because that's against the dogma of the imperial truth.
Yeah.
And
as a matter of fact,
that's the really interesting thing I think about the Horus Heresy is that the greatest heresy is what's actually generated by the non-heretic faction.
because if you take a look at it, there were two Primarchs and a homeworld that were completely eradicated from existence for espousing certain things. The 2nd and 11th Legions were considered excommunicate traitores, which means it is a crime punishable by death to even bring them up.
And it's suggested in some of the books that some people literally physically cannot bring them up. Like there seems to be like a psychic block preventing people from thinking about or mentioning some of these. Yeah, these are the lost Primarchs that we're mentioning, Faden. The two Primarchs that are never going to be. Well, they say will never be written, but I've heard rumors that they might be playing around with bringing one or both of them back at some point. But
because I mean I've heard that rumor too, where it's like, oh, the King in Yellow could be one of the two lost Primarchs that the Emperor sent out for a very special mission. We all know that's bunk because that's Constantine Valdor. Come on,
well, we know that now, but yeah.
They also talk about how he could have a Primarch that he is working with in that little tiny corner of the warp where the Emperor has basically separated it away from all the demons and everything for all his shenanigans there to work.
Any final thoughts on Rogue Trader? I love this game personally. I highly recommend it to anybody who likes CRPGs, especially if you're interested in really in-depth, highly mathematical, mechanical, turn-based strategic combat. Like this, there's a great deal of depth to be found here, a great deal of variety to be experienced. Wonderful companions, as I think we made pretty clear. Really interesting quests, great diversity in gameplay. This was my game of the year. This was my favorite game that I played in 2025 for me.
Same. And I will say that for a game that has so many different ways for the ending, because the three of us played, and I'm pretty sure we all made similar decisions in certain points of the game, but each one of us could have gotten a different outcome to the same story point. And that's one of the things that makes me love this game. Having played 400 plus hours of this game, and still finding that I can make different choices that ultimately affect the outcome of a whole narrative so differently. It anyone who's a fan of RPGs, this will immediately go into your top 5, not your top 10, your top 5 favorite games.
I would say this is, I think I said this earlier in the podcast, if you like Baldur's Gate, this is just a better Baldur's Gate, in my opinion.
Oh,
it's not
absolutely.
Not quite as graphically heavy, but I think the gameplay itself is better in basically every way. Well, most ways, a lot of ways. Not quite as much environment or interaction, but it's good. Faden, final thoughts.
Yeah, so for Rogue Trader, for me, it was a game that I thoroughly enjoyed just slowly picking at over the course of like 6 months. I think anytime I played this game for a long chunk of time, it kind of just like, it didn't feel like super great. It's just kind of too much a lot of times. I love dense RPGs, but there's something about the like heaviness of the writing, not in the sense of it's like too dark or too grim, but just it's so dense and packed with a lot. I just had to take quite a bit of breaks. And
oh yeah, and there are also times for me where it's like I couldn't get through playing the game without having someone there with me, just because of the fact that with some of these games, it can get a little boring being there on your own. And other times it's like the game moves fast enough to where you don't need that whole someone there to tug on the leash to remind you, hey, you gotta go do this.
Yeah, I personally could not also imagine playing this with another person. But overall, I really did enjoy this game. This is my favorite Warhammer game that I've ever played.
Hell yeah.
Played a few good ones, honestly, too. I've been kind of on that hot streak, and so now's a perfect time to play Fire Patrol.
Ooh, I forgot that existed.
I've been thinking about
Fire
it.
Patrol?
I keep threatening.
You mean Fire Warrior?
Whatever. Fire Watch. Fire Walk
Patrol.
With me.
Where the fuck did you get that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because
Fire
I'm
Warrior,
sitting here. Yeah, because
the Fire Warrior is the worst. Is a worse version of Star Wars Republic Commandos.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
They're very similar.
Yeah, because like, where do you even? Oh, it exists on GOG. I'm surprised that still exists on the internet.
What? No, it's look, it's easy to find anything. It's a
right.
Warhammer
I'm just
game.
saying.
It's somewhere.
Maybe if you're
game,
a librarian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the game died so badly. I'm just surprised that it's still that there's still places where you can buy it.
Listen to the newest episode of Club Flashpoint where I played Sopranos: The Road to Respect. I know how to find games. It's super easy too.
All right.
Yeah, 'cause, God, that game's 23 years old.
I'm playing Rogue on Steam. You can play anything. It's great. I love the internet sometimes.
Sometimes the internet you can find real good deals, or you can find things that you didn't think existed anymore, and then just
I hate the internet. I think we should use rocks and sticks only. No
I
technology.
mean, that is also true. I don't think the trade-off is worth it. Like that. Like
No.
we need to bomb the internet.
Yep.
we need to bomb certain aspects of the internet.
I would trade off not being able to hear any of my podcasts if the internet was destroyed.
You just don't want the backlash from some of the podcasts.
I would leave it. I would leave it open to medical professionals, and that's it. for quick digital communication on important medical matters. That's the only acceptable usage.
We need to just go back to fax.
Everything else is telegrams.
Fax was fast. We forget this.
All right. Any final thoughts?
Media.
No, I think we're good. Let's get out of here.
I'm exhausted with Rogue Trader, but thank you everyone for joining us. This was a special edition of Club Flashpoint, Rogue Trader Edition. Too many games, folks.
Too many games,
and this is one of them. Thank you, special guest, Speaker of the Dead, for joining us. Your in-depth lore knowledge is invaluable, and we
learned a
appreciated
lot.
your presence. Yeah, always something to learn with Speaker.
And I just have the random bits of lore knowledge that, because again, I work in the same place that Uncle does, so occasionally I can run into him. He'll mention something, and then I'll just give him the lore dump behind it, or the lore dump of how it came to be, and just watch him turn into a 5-year-old in a candy store all over again.
It's nice having someone I can point to when people say, "Wow, you know a lot about Warhammer," and I'm like, "Wow, you think I know about Warhammer? Wait until you meet my buddy." It puts me to shame. It makes me feel much more normal. I really thank you for that.
I mean, I'll just address the elephant in the room. Everyone today has some form of autism to some degree.
We all
Warhammer
have
is what makes
hyperfixations.
yeah. Warhammer is what makes my autism go burr. Let's just
Yeah.
be honest.
For sure.
It's one of the few things I have dove so headfirst into that I have such a passion for.
Well, thank you
Just
for
because
sharing
of-
the passion.
Look, I
Well,
can
I
only
mean,
have one thing
we-
wrong with my brain, and so I decided it's a different thing.
Yeah.
You only have one thing wrong?
I can only have one thing wrong. I cannot handle another.
Wait.
So we just don't talk about the other things.
We just don't. No, the other things can't be.
Having
They're
one
not real.
problem-
It's just one thing wrong. Everything that's wrong with
Sure.
my brain is the one thing.
Yeah, the one thing wrong is that Faden refuses to admit to the other things wrong. That's
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we can only
No,
have
the
just
one thing wrong is the
wrong?
one thing that's wrong.
right. Yeah.
So it's not common to have like 7 or 8 different things wrong with your brain?
No, it's fine for everyone else to have things wrong, multiple things wrong with
Just-
their brain.
just
I
Faden.
just can only have one thing wrong
Yeah,
with my brain.
that's the rule. That's the rule.
Goodbye,
Thank you,
everybody.
folks, for listening. Goodbye.